ಹಲೋ. ಹಲೋ. ಆಕಾಶ್. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ನಿಮ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಹುಷಾರಾಗಪ್ಪ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ 1 ಗಂಟೆ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಇದು ನೋಡೋಣ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ತಪ್ಪಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್, ಇದು ವಯಸ್ಸು ತಪ್ಪಾಯ್ತು. ಸಣ್ಣ ಪಟ್ಟಿಂದ ತಿರ್ಸಿ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡೋಣ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ತಿಂಡಿ ತಿಂದಾನು ಬಾ ಮತ್ತೆ. ಹೌದೇನು? ಹಾ. ಹ್ಞೂ ನೋಡ್ದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವಾಗ ಪೈ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ? ಹಾ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
ನೀನು ಈಗ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಒಂದು ದಿನ 2 ದಿನ. ಹಾ ಈಗಲೇ
ಒಂದಿನ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಿಮ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳಂತೆ. ಟ್ರೈನು ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾವೆ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಬಟ್ ಅವಾಗ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್, ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರು ಸಾಕು, ಸರಾಸರಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ
ಇರು 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 ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡು ಕರೆಂಟ್. ಹ್ಞೂ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್.
ಏನ್ ಬರ್ಲಿ
ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲ, 6 HP ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ 7 HP ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 3 ಲೆಂತ್ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು. 400 ಅಡಿ ಬಿಡು ಅಂದ ಅವ್ನು. ಈಗ 340 ಆಗೈತಿ, ಇನ್ನು 60 ಅಡಿ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು. 400 ಅಡಿ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ 3 ಪೈಪ್ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ 6 HP ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು. 6 HP ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾರ ಇದನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ.
ನೀರು ಎಡಕ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಮೋಟರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪವರ್ ಐತೆ. ಡಬಲ್ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು 7.5 ಇದು HP ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು, 3-4 ಇಂಚ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊಡಿತೈತಿ.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು
ಫೋರ್ಸ್
ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀರು.
ಹೌದೌದು.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು 3 ಲೆಂತ್ ಬಿಡಿಸಿರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
Here, I request all the dignitaries to occupy their chairs on the dais. A warm welcome to all our present here. So today we are gathered here on the occasion of a one-day national level workshop on research methodology and innovative techniques. Let's begin this event. Research is to see what everybody else has been and to think what nobody else has thought. Albert. Good morning to all our present here, respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear participants. So, a very warm welcome to each one of you to one-day national level workshop on research methodology and innovative techniques organized by QAC in coordination with Research and Development Cell and all departments in Government First Aid College, ANAVATTI. It is an absolute honor to be here today as a host. So we'll look after the introduction of the event. So over the course of the day, we have totally 5 sessions. So 2 sessions will be individual sessions and 3 sessions will be a panel session. First session will be related to conceptual overview of research, which is handled by Dr. MOUNESHWAR, SUNIL case. And second session, methods and techniques of research, which will be handled by Dr. MOUNESHWAR. And session 3, which is a parallel session, it will be divided based on the subject opted by the research scholars and the students. So parallel session will be again divided into 3 aspects: data analysis and evaluation in English literature, which will be handled by Dr. Avinash T. Sir, and data analysis and evaluation in Kannada literature, which will be handled by Sanarama Sir. Then later, data analysis in interpretation, which will be handled by Dr. Satish Sir. It includes humanities, social science, including commerce subjects too. So based on these sessions, the candidates are requested to reassemble and join. Then slowly, we will delve into various research methodologies, new data analysis techniques, and groundbreaking innovations. Whether you are a novice or an experienced researcher, I am confident that each session will offer something valuable takeaway. From hands-on workshops to thought-provoking sessions, this event will provide you the knowledge and practical insights to enhance your research capabilities and contribute the academic community with more precision and impact. So this is an overview of an event. So we'll quickly move on to invocation song. To begin today's session on a divine and peaceful note, we will have an invocation song for this. I would like to call Ms. Pooja and team, students of final year BA, for invocation song. संगीत साहित्य कला प्रमोदे देवी कोरे शारदे वरदे देवी कोरे शारदे वरदे देवी कोरे शारदे. धन्यवाद. Thank you, Pooja and Kavala. The song fills the room with its harmony and blessings. So, today the next session will be welcome address. To officially start an event, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Vinay Raja MS, Head Department of Political Science and Co-Coordinator of this workshop, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It is our pride and honor to hold such a magnanimous event at our college. Today, we all gathered here to attend the workshop here. First of all, I would like to welcome our esteemed principal, Dr. GFGC MD sir, to this event with the warm greetings. For now, at in Arunachal Pradesh, he has joined us virtually. I would like to welcome him on behalf of all the participants. And this workshop is possible through the cooperation of our we are very welcome our CDC College Development Committee Vice President Sri MOUNESHWAR Patil sir here. I welcome him. And also for today's event, we have Dr. Shekhar sir, who is professor at the Government First Grade College for Women in Shumoga, and previously he worked as the principal of Government First Grade College in Chicago. We are so heartily welcome to our sir, Shekhar sir. And on the dais, we have our CDC members here, Chand Basha sir and Srikanth sir, who are present and made us happy with their precious presence. I welcome both of them. And also we have here one of the educational enthusiasts and former headmaster at government school, Sri H. Basavajappa sir here. I welcome him gladly. And shouldering the responsibility, all the events were managed by our research and development sales coordinator, Professor Indumati B. Madam. I welcome her. And also IQAC coordinator, Sri Raghavendra sir is also present here. I welcome him. And also this event is possible through the active and enthusiastic participation of all the students and those who have joined research scholars through virtually, and all the students. I welcome them all. Thank you all. I want to and pardon me for and we have also in the organizing committee our senior professors, Professor Yashoda Madam here. I welcome her. And also our Kannada faculty HOD Sri Bhimappa sir here. Bhimappa sir, I welcome you, sir. And all the faculty members are welcome to this wonderful experience which is lying ahead. And also, I want to conclude my welcome speech with a thought-provoking quote by Benjamin Franklin. Tell me and I forget. Tell me and I forget. Teach me, I may remember. Teach me and I may remember. Involve me and I learn. Just take a moment to ponder over it. It is very meaningful. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Vinay sir, for your warm welcome speech. So next we would like to officially start this event by lighting a lamp. If you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path. To officially inaugurate our today's session, I would like to call all the delegates of the dais to light a lamp. For a few minutes. Students are requested to maintain silence. Side first, everyone to occupy the seats on the dais. I request all the crew members to join for the photo session. Thank you all. Thank you. So nextly, without any delay, We'll move on to the guest introduction. To introduce our chief guest of today's session, Dr. Shekhar sir, I would like to call Ms. Sindhu as student of final year BA, optional English.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sindhu, student of final year BA. It is indeed an honor for me to read about our esteemed person today. Dr. Shekhar, distinguished academician, serves as a professor at Government First State Women's College, Shimoga. He holds an MA in Sociology from Kuwait University and MA from Mangalore University with a thesis on socio-economic conditions of sanitary workers and a PhD from Kuwait University. Sir has made significant contributions to literature, authoring 19 books, including 2 on the birds community, and publishing 28 research papers in esteemed national and international journals. His paper, Banta Samudayada Dharmika Acharanyadi Bhuta Rajane, earned a state award at the 9th Karnataka Sociological Conference, Hampi. In recognition of his dedication to education, he received the Gama Gramotsava Award in 2017. Sir has played a pivotal role in the academic community, serving as Secretary of the Karnataka Sociology Association and as a member of the NDP 2020 Task Force at Kuwait University. He has also contributed significantly to policy making as a member of the Academic Council, and presently Sir is working as a member of CDC Advisory Committee at Kuwait University. Sir, thank you so much for your presence. We are eagerly waiting to hear your invaluable words. Thank you, sir, for setting aside your valuable time for us and responding to our request. It is a moment of great joy to have you with us today. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this great opportunity. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Sindhu. Your words about the resource person was excellent. Thank you so much. So then, next I would like to request our chief guest for today's session, Dr. Shekhar sir, to address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಗಣಪತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು, ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ದಿನದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಧುಕೇಶ್ವರ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೆ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಕೀನೋಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಯಶೋಧ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರೇ, ಸಿಡಿಸಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ IKSC RDC ಸಂಚಾಲಕರೇ, ಸದಸ್ಯರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ನ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳಿಗೆ, ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಬೋಧಕರು, ಬೋಧಕೇತರರು ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಅನೇಕ ಜನ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರುಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಏನು ಇದು ಇನಾಗ್ರಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇನು ಬೇಡ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮಾತಾಡುವಂತ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರುಗಳು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ, ಈ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರವನ್ನ ನಾನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು ಆನವಟ್ಟಿಯಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಯಲಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾರು ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಸುಮಾರು 7 ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಗಳನ್ನ UGC ICSSR ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಟೀಮ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಟೀಮ್ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಟೀಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಗಣಪತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ IPSC ಟೀಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ RDC ಇದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಾನು RDC ಇಂದ ಈ ತರದ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂತದನ್ನ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರಿಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ, ಹೆಸರಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾವ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇಂಥ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ, ಇಂಥ ಜರ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತ RDC ಅವರು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ತರದ ಒಂದು ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮೆಥಡಾಲಜಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಈ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಇಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಸಂಘಟಿಸಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೋಧಕೇತರ ವರ್ಗದವರನ್ನ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಈ ತರದ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು. ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ನಾಯಕತ್ವದ ಗುಣವನ್ನ ಗಣಪತಿಯವರು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು, ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಗಣಪತಿಯವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇತ್ತು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಸುಮಾರು 2,500 ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಾರೆ ಶಿಕಾರಪುರ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಹಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ವುಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ, ಒಂದು 250ರಿಂದ 300 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರಷ್ಟೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಗದ್ದಲ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಸಂಜೆ 5 ಗಂಟೆ ತನಕ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. 5 ಗಂಟೆ ತನಕ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದು ಪಾಠ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೊನೆ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಕೂಡ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ಬಂದು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇದೆ ತಮ್ಮದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ತರದ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ದೆ ಕೊನೆ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮೆಥಡಾಲಜಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಇನ್ನೋವೇಷನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್, ವೆರಿ ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಿಗಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರಿಸರ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಗಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಈಗ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂತಹ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಗಣಪತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗಲೇ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು. ಯಾಸ್ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೇವಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆನಂತರ ಅದನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ, ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಂಶೋಧಕರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಹೌದಲ್ಲ, ನಿಜ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯದ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಿದೆ, ಅನೇಕ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಂಪಾದನೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಗೊತ್ತು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಬಿರುಕನ್ನ ನಾವುಗಳು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಅಥವಾ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಹುದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳು ನಡೀತಾನೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳಿಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರಣ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ. ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂತಹ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಅಥವಾ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮುಂದಿನ ಜನರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಾವು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ತಪ್ಪು ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಲೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬೆಲೆಯನ್ನ ತೆರಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಿ, ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧಿಯ ಸಸ್ಯ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧದ ಬೇರು. ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧದ ಬೇರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮುಂಚಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧದ ಬೇರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಬ್ಬ ರಿಸರ್ಚರ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧದ ಬೇರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ಎಲೆಯನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅವನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ದ. ಆ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನವರು ಆ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧದ ಎಲೆಯನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಎಲೆಯಿಂದ ಅನೇಕ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ರೋಗಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಫಾರಿನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂತಹ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಔಷಧೀಯ ಸಸ್ಯವನ್ನ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಕಾರಣವಾಗಿದೆ. ಕೇವಲ ಬೇರನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎಲೆಯನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಒಬ್ಬ ರಿಸರ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ತಪ್ಪು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನ ತಂದೊಡ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಗಮನಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನವೀನವಾದಂತಹ ತಂತ್ರ ವಿಧಾನಗಳು, ಹೊಸ ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ AI ಅಂತಹ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಅಂತಹ ಈ ಒಂದು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಗಳು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ದತ್ತಾಂಶದ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಡೇಟಾ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಿಗ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕ್ಲೌಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅನ್ನ ತುಂಬಾ ಸುಲಭ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ MPhil ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 25 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ, 30 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ MPhil ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ಗಳೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಅವಾಗ ಟೈಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಟೈಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕೋಡಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕೋಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವೆರಿ ಈಸಿ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಡೇಟಾವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ಗೆ ಫೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಅದು ಕೋಡ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಕೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದರ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಅದೇ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು, ಟೇಬಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾ, ಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾ ಮಾಹಿತಿ, ಯಾವ ಫಾರ್ಮೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಹೊಸ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಚಾರ. ಇದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಸರ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ಏನೇ ಹೊಸ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನಗಳು ಬಂದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ನಾವು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪುಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಡೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಾನು ತುಂಬಾ ಟೈಮ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೀನೋಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಈಗ ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹೊಸ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಸ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಹುಡುಕುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ದಿಕ್ಕಿನ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಈ ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ, ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನ, ನವೀನವಾದಂತಹ ತಂತ್ರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಹೊಸ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನ ನೀಡಿ, ಹೊಸ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನ ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿ. ಇಡೀ ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹಾರೈಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಕರೆದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಆದಂತಹ ಗಣಪತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, IKC ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟರ್ ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ನಾಯ್ಕ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟರ್ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಯಶೋಧ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಭೀಮಪ್ಪ, ಹಾಗೆ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಇಂದುಮತಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿನಯ್ ರಾಜ್, ಹಾಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮೌನೇಶ್ ಬಡಿಗೇರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಯಂಗ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಮೌನೇಶ್ ಬಡಿಗೇರ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅವಿನಾಶ್ ಅವರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸಂಡ್ರಾಮಪ್ಪ ಅವರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಕಾತರನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಕೇಳೋಣ. ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ಬೋಧಕೇತರ ವರ್ಗದವರು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ವೃಂದ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ CDC ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ CDC ಅವರು ಕೋಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಖರ್ಚು ವೆಚ್ಚಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಖರ್ಚು ವೆಚ್ಚ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಿಂದಲೇ ಹಣವನ್ನ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ CDC ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ CDC ಟೀಮ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಎಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ CDC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, 2 ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. 2 ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಬರೀ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಜಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು CDC ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು CDC ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ತರದ ಒಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ CDC ಟೀಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ CDC ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ, ನನಗೆ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Thank you, sir. There is a word, always experience speaks. Your experience speak about today. So it was a great honor to present such an inspiring and insightful inaugural speech. Now we'll move on to the next thing. I would like to call Mr. Bharat, final year BCom student, to introduce our keynote speaker for today's session.
Morning, I'm Bharat, a final year BCom student, and it is my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest speaker. I'll be sharing details about his remarkable achievements and contributions. Dr. K. Venugopal Rao is an esteemed academician, researcher, and administrator with over 33 years of experience in management education. He is currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Himalayan University, Arunachal Pradesh. Dr. Rao holds a PhD in marketing from SV University, Tirupati, an MBA from Andhra University, and an FPPM from the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. His contribution to academia include guiding 30 PhD scholars, publishing over 77 research papers, and authoring multiple textbooks. Throughout his career, he has held a significant role in national institutions. He has served as an expert panelist for the Indian Public Service Commission, that is UPSC, the All India Council for Technical Education, that is the AICTE, and the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Additionally, he has been a part of various UGC committees, policy making bodies, and accreditation panels. His research focuses on marketing, banking reforms, customer behavior, and digital transformation in business. He has successfully completed UGC-sponsored research projects, contributing to critical studies on public sector banks and rural consumer behavior. Dr. Rao also has represented India on global platforms, having visited top universities and business schools across the USA, Canada, France, and several other countries. He has been a keynote speaker and a panelist at numerous national and international conferences. Recognized for his excellence, he has also received several prestigious awards, including the Bharat Vidya Shiromani Award, the Bharat Vidya Ratan Gold Medal, and the State Annual Tourism Excellence Award. With his vast experience in teaching, research, policy advisory, and the institutional leadership, Dr. Rao continues to play a vital role in shaping the future of higher education in India. We are very honored with your presence today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. Your overview about the resource person was good. So now we move on to one of the most anticipated parts of today's session, the keynote address. For that, I would like to call Dr. Venugopal sir. Sir will join us through Zoom online platforms. Sir, the stage is over to you, sir. I would like to call Mr. Bharat, final year BCom student, to introduce our keynote speaker for today's session. I think it might be a technical delay. Sir, I'm audible.
And it is my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest speaker. I'll be sharing details about the remarkable achievements and contributions. Dr. K. Venugopal Rao is an esteemed academician, researcher, administrator with over 20 years of experience in management education. He is currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Malaya University, Arunachal Pradesh. Dr. Rao is a PhD in marketing from the same institute globally and publishing over 77
Internet.
and all multiple districts. Rose, yes,
They go the technical layer, so very first the participants to stay there for another 3 minutes.
The auditor was supervising verification, and the national assessment and accreditation process. Additionally, he has been a part of various certificate committees, policy meeting board, and accreditation panels. His research focuses on marketing, pricing reforms, customer behavior, and digital transformation. He has successfully completed the research project, contributing to the studies on public sector plans and rural inspiration. Also has represented on both global brands and the state of many cities and business schools across the United brands and other countries. He has been a keynote maker and a panelist at the national and international conferences. Recognized for his experience, he has also received several prestigious awards, including the Bharat of India, Shiromani Award, the Bharat and the State and Excellence Award. With his first experience in teaching, research, policy advisory, and institutional leadership, Dr. Rao continues to play a vital role in shaping the future of higher education. We are very honored to have this place. Thank you.
So now we move on to one of the most anticipated parts of today's session, the keynote address. For that, I would like to call Dr. Venukumar Sir will join us through Zoom on various platforms. Sir, will take it over. Might be a technical related.
Can I start speaking now? Yeah, very good morning to all of you. Can I start speaking now? Yeah. At the outset, I would thank all the organizers and especially the departments and Ramchandra Naik, Santosh Kumar, and Indumati, Shekhar, Yashoda, all the faculty members, students, and the participants from all over India. I should really congratulate you for undertaking excellent workshop program on research methodology and new techniques. My voice is audible. Can I go ahead? This is only to check it out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if my voice is audible, I go ahead. Yes. So I would like to give the history evolution of these research techniques and all that, because I registered for my PhD way back in 1986. It's my journey for the past 4 decades. It used to be in the past handwritten. And people used to write for everything, going to the different libraries, writing that and all. And typewriter came next stage, and very difficult to get a typist who can type whatever we have written. They were that skilled people are very few in number. Slowly came the computer, right? And with that, copying, pasting, and everything became easy. Now that with the advent of software packages, it has become SPSS and so many other things. A research scholar's life has become very, very easy. Now that with the advent of AI tools, right? Wonderful. And this is no longer labor intensive and it is no longer monotonous, tedious. And this is a technology driven now, apps driven now. Research is nowadays is very, very easy, right? So the point that I'm trying to drive home is that the kind of evolution that has taken over a period of time, right? And right from 86 to till now, a lot of evolution with regard to the techniques and methodologies, so many things have changed. We need to talk about that past, present, and future, right? How it was in the past, how it is in the present, how it is going to shape up in the future. These are all the things that we need to discuss very, very thoroughly in this particular session. And these workshops are very much necessary to educate the present generation of research scholars who are directionless, right? So earlier, some of the teachers, no, it's like a Gurukula Vidya. We used to go and study under them, and they used to teach us and all that. With the advent of Google, no, and there is no need for a guru. You can as well do on your own. Now everything is available in South Ganga. All the theses are loaded across India. Any thesis there for the past 50 years, all university theses are there. So if you can thoroughly read your subject related, your topic related, most of the job is easy. Secondly, Google Scholar is also there. Another, any article, any pertinent this case, you may be able to download and read. So review of literature, you know, has been simplified. Earlier in my days, when I was doing research in 86, we used to go to different libraries across India for the sake of review of literature. And getting a relevant thesis is also very difficult. That used to involve a lot of travel from one place to another, going by train, by bus. No, that was very kind of tedious and monotonous, and it was fraught with cost, money, and effort. Now that effortlessly you can sit one place, you can move the earth. So your generation, I should say, is very lucky. You have everything on your platter, handed to you on a platter. Only thing is that you should know how to use these apps, how to use these techniques. So in all institutions now, for the future generations, the present generation, only thing is that how to use these techniques. This is something to be done in all workshops, so that if the people know about the existing technology, tools, techniques which are prevalent, available readily, and if you are able to use them, the research is simplest thing you can easily do effortlessly, and very, very simply you can do that. I'll give some of the packages you have in social sciences. SPSS package is there. If you give that, some of the variables and other things, and within 1 week, your quantitative data will be ready. Only thing is you need to give interpretations, you have to prepare introduction chapter, you have to prepare research methodology, whatever like that. Okay, so earlier review of literature in the sense that, as I told, we have to prepare in a flashcards, right? The so-and-so author has done this, so-and-so researcher has done this, these are all the objectives, these are all the conclusion findings. On a flashcard, we used to do that. Now that's a past, that is water under the bridge. A lot of changes have taken place afterwards, right? And with the advent of this South Ganga and all that, we can, within 1 hour, we can see a review of literature, we can see who are the people who have done in the past, you know, in the international context, in the Indian context, you can as well see. And based on that, you can prepare your own research gaps, in the sense that these are all the guys you have done before me. And these are all the things that it is their objective, this is their conclusion, this is their findings, this is their suggestion. So basing on this, these are all the areas, these are all the research gaps. I have identified them. I want to choose, right? This is how statement of the problem will evolve from the research gaps. This can be done. You can seated comfortably in front of a computer or a desktop. You can as well browse all these things and come to a conclusion, right? And you can prepare a synopsis research proposal also. How you prepare, basing on that. These are all the topic I have chosen, right? For instance, let me take the example of religious tourism in Karnataka. Religious tourism in Karnataka, consumer behavior or tourist behavior, whatever. Supposing you want to do that. How many people have done this before? And in what are the states that they have done? What are the places they have covered? And you have to see in the review of literature, these are all the people who have worked on this hypothetical topic. And these are all the findings. I want to find this one. So my area is this one. And my sample is this one. And my target respondents are these one. My research gaps are these one. This is my hypothesis. Like that, you can prepare your own synopsis basing on reading all these things. So if your data research proposal is ready, what you can do, you can go for on the basis of the objectives, you can prepare a questionnaire, right? And for all these things are also readily available here. In the Sodhganga world questionnaires were also a bank of questionnaire also available. You can read them, you can prepare on your own with the help of desktop or computer. Your job is very, very easy. Now that with the advent of artificial intelligence, hypothesis done by AI tools and review of literature done by AI tools and analysis and everything done by, if you give the variables and all, done by software packages, right? Even for messaging and all, we have chatbots and so many chat GPT and so many other, these things are also there. And grammar correction is there, and spell checks are there. And even plagiarism, how to avoid plagiarism will also be explained by AI. So your life with the AI tools is very, very easy. And it used to take 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. Some people used to get frustrated. They were unable to complete because of family problems, because of, they were unable to complete because of various reasons. Now that this is a matter of 1 year, in fact, but because of some reasons, you know, they stretch it to 3 years like that. Sagacity, wisdom, maturity must be there. Unless you mellow, if you give just like that, and I mean, there will be proliferation of too many irresponsible PhDs rolling out into the market. So 3 years or 4 years, we need to give him ethics in teaching, ethics in research, values towards life. These are all the things which are taught under the tutelage and guideship, mentorship of a professor. Senior professor will really guide them. And this is a socially responsible research topic that you need to take, something that is useful to the society, to the communities, to the neighborhood, right? So then only the research will be purposeful and meaningful. If you just like do that, anything which has no relevance to any of these, any communities, if it is not useful, what is the purpose of getting PhD, right? So we have so many SPSS packages there, software package. You have R, open source programming language is also there for statistical computing and graphics. Similarly, we have Python. It is used for data analysis and machine learning and statistical modeling. Stata is there, very predominantly used by economics department, sociology, and political science. They use Stata, right? And like that, for every sciences, certain packages are there. For social sciences, certain packages are there. We need to be thorough with all these things. And if you are thorough, how to use this, how to use these apps, your job is very, very easy. Right? As I told you, only thing is that you need to sit in front of the computer, you need to analyze all these things. So to summarize this one, topic and review of literature can be done through Sodhganga and Google Scholar, and data collection wise, Google Forms are there. Even in the seminar, students or participants from different parts of India to get the feedback, how it is possible through Google Forms only. You may be able to say feedback about a particular teacher has hit the nail on the head. He has clearly explained what all the things, nuances, nitty-gritty aspects of all the research methodology, and he could really impress, and he is able to deliver, right? His speech is very, very wonderful, very edifying, very enlightening. Such feedback probably you are able to give to that. That is possible only through Google Forms. See, similarly, even for survey monkeys is there, data collection methods. Through apps, you can do that. Earlier, we used to prepare so many questionnaires, big, pile up of questionnaires. We used to go to the field and collect them, take them. On a day, not more than 3 or 4, we used to collect like that, hundreds and maybe 1,000 respondents. We used to cover it across the state like that. Now it has become very, very easy. You can send through email. You can send through Google Forms. You can send through data collection can be done by survey monkeys and all that. Only thing is that if you are a tech savvy, you are able to make use of all these things. And research is no longer a person-driven, a guru-driven kind of a thing. It is a technology-driven, apps-driven kind of a thing. Just as we are able to use on our mobile, the Swiggy, Zomato, and all that, all these things can be used, and it can be at your fingertips, and you may be able to use them. And the only thing is that in this sort of seminars, conferences, and workshops will go a long way in educating you, in informing you, in giving the right kind of heads up in this kind of this thing, so that if you are thorough with all these things, and you may be able to do all these things, and you can first of all study what topic, on which topic you are going to read at least 10 to 15 theses, cover to cover, so that you will have an idea. The style of writing, the style of presentation, the language, and all these things will be known to you if you are able to read. Supposing you have to see the movies of other people, other directors, right? So similarly, all the cinema stars, heroes, and also they watch the styles of others. Similarly, cricketers also know. They also watch batting style of Sachin, and somebody who wants to take the wicket of Sachin, and he is given so many videos. You watch his batting style, you understand, and you are groomed only to take the wicket of Sachin. Okay, like that. So, like that, they'll be watching his style, batting styles, and other things, so that he the same way here also. If you are able to read both thesis, you will understand the different nuances, nitty-gritty aspect of research. Okay, so you have to go through all the previous these things, and you can prepare through Google Scholar also, the relevant literature available. Keep them at one place and prepare review of literature, identify the research gaps, and this is how statement of the problem will evolve. And formulation of hypothesis now is done by AI tools now. You need not do anything. Only thing is you should know how to use variables, how to use that. This will give the research questions. This will formulate the hypothesis, independent variable, dependent variable, like that it will do on its own, right? And similarly, you through SPSS package, you can also give the variables and all data can be fed into that, right? Whatever data through Google Scholar you have collected, that it should be fed into the system. Supposing 1,000, in Excel sheet that you have entered everything, you give variables, and it will say what is the statistical tool, whether chi-square is to be used, or ANOVA is to be used, or cluster analysis to be used, or structure modeling to be used. All these things you'll be able to know through the apps and other things. And once you do this, the job is easy. And earlier, we used to go to an English professor for grammar correction after completion of that. Per page, he used to take 2 rupees, something like that. That was a big amount in those days. Now, spell check has come, grammar correction has come. Lot of changes have taken place. Your generation is a lucky generation. You have everything on a platter. Need not struggle for anything. Your life is like a bed of roses, right? Only thing is you should know how to use these apps, And with the advent of artificial intelligence, it's like icing on the cake. In fact, those people who are able to know the nitty-gritty aspects and how to use the AI tools and all that very easily, with the advent of chatbots, with the advent of those things, so many things, your research has become very, very easy. And these kind of workshops, concentrate on giving them hands-on experience, how to prepare a synopsis, abstract, how to prepare, how to identify research gaps, or how to formulate hypotheses, what is statistical to be used. Hands-on experience must be there. A hypothetical problem must be given, right, in the real time. These workshops should address these things. And in the real time workshop and the seminar conference, the difference is that in the workshop, real time learning takes place. Hands-on experience, the fellow takes and works on that. And people will go around and check how he is doing, like that. Just like a school, some experimentation is there. The teacher walks around and looks around and sees which guy is doing well, and if he is committing any mistake, and teacher will interfere and will try to rectify the mistake. That side of thing must take place here also. That's what all workshops really meant to be, right? So and AI tools and all, lot of things have come as research methodology is evolving with a lot of techniques and other things. AI and machine learning in research, natural language processing in text analysis for literature review, deep learning models used for data patterns recognitions in large data sets, AI assisted hypothesis generation. AI tools help in the formulation of research questions and all that. Mixed methods in interdisciplinary approach, and all these mixed methods for quantitative data, qualitative data, and all these things are possible. And digital and remote data collection. You did not physically go anywhere, right? Google Forms are there, Survey Monkeys are there. Oh, so many methods are there. You can sit at home leisurely and you can get the data to those steps. So just like we are able to speak. I am at one place. You are at different parts of India. We are able to meet and we are able to converge on this platform. We are able to speak and express our opinions and all that. No, the same way here. Research is no longer labor intensive. Research is now technology intensive, technology driven, and apps driven. And you can do mobile surveys and chatbots, collecting real-time data through smartphone apps and all that. So advanced statistical techniques have also come, and big data analytics, and these things will handle very massive data sets for pattern detections, network analysis, and mapping relationships in the complex systems like social networks and all that. Blockchain can also be used for research integrity and all that. So for there should be data transparency, ethics in publications, ethics we need to follow. We should not blindly copy anybody's thing. These are all the ethical way of doing research. Genuine data, authentic data has to be there. We need to really collect in real time the opinions of the people. So these things have to reflect the true picture of this in social sciences, so that these kind of outcome and fallout, whatever is there, is likely to be useful for researchers, academicians, and policymakers, and for systematic body of knowledge for generations together in the next posterity, for future generations. This will work as a reference, and publications can also come out of this. This will be useful for future generations and communities at large. So the point, to sum up all these things, and we have come a long way from handwritten to typewriter, computers, and artificial intelligence and all that. Research has evolved over a period of time. Research scholars, now that they should be conversant with how to use these apps and other things. And you should also be familiar with Sodh Ganga. Sodh Ganga, you should be familiar. And Google Scholar is also there. So you should be familiar with Google Forms and Survey Monkeys and all that. That is easy. Try to learn SPSS package. So many versions have come up in that. Try to learn that. And research scholars' job is now made easy. you can luxuriate in all these kind of things in a desktop research. You can do that. You can revel. In fact, you can bask in these luxuries that is offered by the technology to you. So in addition to that, the point that I'm trying to drive home, that you need to be passionate reader. You should be able to reader. And once you start reading on various these things, you should be prolific writer, so that you may be able to publish the articles, right? You may be able to publish the articles and all that. Then this will come handy. The moment you walk into the classrooms, you may be able to speak extemporaneously. You can take the people by surprise. You can set the stage on fire. So these are all the things with this message. And I don't want to take a lot of time because eminent people are there. And I have just seen this brochure and all that. And drawn from different parts of that. I'm interested, really excited about listening to such people who have come a long way to take the classes or various aspects of research and all that. Thank you very much for making me a part of this wonderful program. I congratulate the faculty, students, and teachers and participants from different parts of India. And particularly, most notably, Ramchandra Naik and Santosh Kumar, Indumati, Sekhar sir, and Yashoda madam, and all these people who have given me a wonderful chance to interact with you guys. Future generation, the future of India lies with you. And the government, being a government college, you are taking initiative like this and conducting seminars and conferences to educate the people, to research scholars and the recent techniques and other things. It is a really adorable, praiseworthy, noteworthy kind of a contribution that you are doing. I really appreciate. With this, I would like to take leave of you. Signing off, Professor Venugopal Rao, Vice Chancellor, Himalayan University, Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a brilliant and thought-provoking keynote address. The ideas you have shared with us certainly inspire us. We move forward with our research endeavors and look for ways to incorporate innovation into our methodologies. So your words motivated, inspired us a lot. We have learned a lot of new techniques and a lot of new strategies to look forward the research. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next, we'll move on to the chief guest address. For this, I request Sri Madhukeshwar Patil sir to address the gathering regarding this research workshop.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ದಿವಸ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕೋಶದ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆನವಟ್ಟಿಯ ಪ್ರಥಮ ದರ್ಜೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಚಾರ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಆನವಟ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ದರ್ಜೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲ ಅವರೇ, ಗಣಪತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶ್ರೀಕಾಂತ್ ಅವರೇ, ಸಿಡಿಸಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಕಾಂತ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಸಿಡಿಸಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಚಾಂದ್ ಅವರೇ, ನನ್ನ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಗುರುಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಸಿಡಿಸಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಯಶೋಧವನ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಅತಿಥಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರೇ, ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕ ವೃಂದದವರೇ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಸಹೋದರರೇ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಚಾರ. ನಮ್ಮ ಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಏನಂತ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಠ ಪ್ರವಚನ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬಂದು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ 5 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೂ ಬಹಳ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಓದಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಮೇಟಿಲ್ ಇರಲು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹಕಾರಿ ಬಹಳ ಉಪಯೋಗಕರಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಹೇಳಿ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು 12 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮನೆ ಕಡೆ ಹಾದಿ ಹಿಡಿತೀರಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್, ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಒಂದು ಸಂಘ, ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಅಂದಾಗ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಸ್ ಪೋಷಕರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಡಪ್ಪ, ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಬಿಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹಾದಿ ಹಿಡಿತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರೇ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಉಜ್ವಲ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ ಕೈಯಾಗೈತಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರಿರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ನೀವು ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು, ನಿಮ್ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಇದೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ವಿಚಾರದೊಳಗೆ 1208 ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದೆ. ಇದಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವರು ಈಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ, ಉತ್ತಮ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀರಿ. ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಬಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಕಟ್ಟಡಗಳು, ಹೊಸ ಕಟ್ಟಡಗಳು ಆಗ್ತವೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ CDC ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಧುಬಂಗಾರಪ್ಪರ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವರು ಇದರಿಂದ 50 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೀವಿ. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಂಪೌಂಡಿಗೆ ನಗರೋತ್ಥಾನ ಯೋಜನೆ ಒಳಗೆ 50 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಐತಿ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಿಷ್ಟೇ, ನೀವು ಉಜ್ವಲ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ನಿಮ್ ಕೈಲಿದೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳು ನೀವು ನಾವು ಮೇಲ್ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಏನೇ ಸಹಕಾರ ಸಲಹೆಗಳು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸಿದ್ಧಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಸದ್ವಿನಿಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದಿನ ಉತ್ತಮ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Thank you, sir. It was a really great honor, and we have such an excellent CDC team. Without the support of CDC members, it would have been not at all possible. On behalf of GFGC ANAVATTI and RDC, we all thank you for your enormous support for all the events, sir. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you. So next, we'll move on to the presidential remarks. For presidential remarks, I would like to call Dr. Ganapati MB, sir, principals of GFGC ANAVATTI, to address the gathering. Yes, sir.
Good morning to all. Esteemed colleagues, esteemed guests and participants. Today, we are organizing a national level workshop on research methodology and innovative techniques. It is a most useful program for research scholars and academicians and postgraduate students, even UG students also, for the purpose of accomplishment of their research activities. So it is my great privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to this one-day national level workshop on research methodology. Today marks an important step in our collective journey toward advancing knowledge and fostering innovation through power of research. I would like to extend a special thanks to you, to our chief keynote speakers, facilitators, and all those who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event possible. I would like special thanks to our CDC chairperson, Honorable Minister Shri S. Madhubangaratji. He always encouraged our all over effort to enhance the quality of the education in local area particularly. And this location particularly led by a legendary leader, Honorable former Chief Minister S. Madhubangaratji. He gave a lot of contribution to this college to provide quality education to rural downtrodden people. So that's why this college efforting to enhance the quality of the rural students. For the purpose, we are every time organizing such type of the activities in our college. And our especially I reference our vice president of CDC and other members. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನಮಗೆ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಿ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ ಎನ್ಹಾನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಆ ರೀತಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂತದೊಂದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದನೇ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಂಥದ್ದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ. ಸೊ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ progress and output of knowledge. It is a thoughtful inquiry, rigorous analysis and systematic exploration of new ideas that we can push the boundaries of our understanding. Our researchers possess the ability not only to answer the questions of today but also the shape of solution tomorrow. However, conducting meaningful research queries requires a deep understanding of the methods, tools, and techniques that guide our investigation. This workshop provides an invaluable opportunity to understand, explore and refine the methodology that underpins successful research projects. Wherever you are new to the research world or an experienced scholar, I believe that each of us can gain something from today's session. We will explore various techniques, strategies, and ethical considerations that are crucial for producing credible and impactful research work. Let us remember that the journey of research is often challenging. We may encounter setbacks, face uncertainties, and confront complex problems. Yet it is in these moments that we learn the most and grow as scholars and individuals. This workshop is a reminder that we are not alone in this journey. We are part of community committed to mutual growth, support, and advancement. Once again, I would like to say, especially our national education policy and our state level education policy, both they are merged and very concentrated on innovative style of the education, and particularly UGC concentrated on research-based learning activities, research-based knowledge acquisition. So for the purpose of to accomplish all this purpose, UGC introduced dissertations works, project works, and research-based learning activities in undergraduate level also, because in India, particularly India, we are slightly moving towards the research activities. So therefore, as a developing country, we have to concentrate on more and more on the research activities. By the research activities, we can acquire specific knowledge and we can get more type of the solution. So in this regard, such type of the activities, workshops, and such type of the conferences are very essential for educational quality enhancement of the education and other things. So once again, thank you for being here. And I look forward to the discussion, the learning, and the collaboration that lie ahead. Once again, I extend my thanks to all the delegates and the participants and our team members to organize this meaningful and grand successful event. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Always your enthusiastic work and enormous support will motivate us to take up the initiatives like this. So now I would like to request all my principal sir, CDC member and Raghavendra sir to honor our chief guest for today's session, Dr. Shekhar sir. This is the right time to honor you, sir. Your works towards the education academia was unbelievable. So we request you, sir. It's a small gratitude from GFGC ANAVATTI and we are for our principal and the crew members. I request the participants to give the standing ovation for providing the gratitude or for showing the gratitude for our chief guest for today's session. It's time for NSS class. Students, go ahead. I request the kids to occupy the seats. We are towards the end of inaugural session now. For this, I request Assistant Professor Raghavendra Nair sir, IPSC coordinator, to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Good morning to all of you. Let me not take much time of yours as we are running short of time. At the outset, we have a lot many speakers who inspired us today. Today's this inaugural session was presided by our principal, Dr. Ranapati sir. So on behalf of the whole event, we thank you, sir. My heartfelt thanks goes to today's guest of honor, Dr. Shekhar sir, who is a professor of sociology at the GFGC Women's Shumaga. Sir, thank you so much. My gratitude goes to Dr. Venugopal Rasal, who is the Vice Chancellor of Himalaya University, Arunachal Pradesh. Sir, thank you so much. I hope you are listening to us. Our thanks goes to our Vice President of CDC, Sir Madhukeshwar Patil sir. Sir, thank you so much. My thanks goes to all our CDC members who are present here. Sir, thank you so much. Your presence always motivates us. And the whole preparation, what we see today, the lot of background work was done by RDCSL, IQAC, all our dearest professors. You have worked really, really well. And students, without you, this program definitely, this inauguration would not have been this success. Okay, thank you so much, all of you. Now we will move on to sessions. Okay, have a great day, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And also, thanks will be close to you. Yes, sir. So now, officially, we will move on to the first session of the day. So, online participants, I request you people to stay back in the same Zoom room, where you people will get the resource person login. So, another 5 minutes, technical session 1, conceptual overview of research by Sunil K will be released. Thank you.
So shall I share my screen? Use video call. Share ಕೊಡಿ. Share. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ share. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಇದು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೋ ಕೊಡಿ. Hello, is it audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Ganapati sir. It's really the screen is visible, sir. Sir, is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Screen is visible, sir.
Right, sir. Yes, sir. Shall I start or will you give the introductory session, sir? Anything like that?
I think what nobody else has thought. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am Aisha, student of final year B. It is my privilege to host this national level workshop on research methodology, innovative techniques, organized by Government First Grade College, ANAVATTI. I extend my warm greetings to each one of you who has joined us today for this enlightening session. First, let us welcome our resource person, Dr. SUNIL, who is joined us online. We are grateful for his presence and expertise. Welcome you, sir. A special welcome to all the esteemed professors and students present here today. Welcome to all. Smile and silence because the entire workshop is live streaming on YouTube. So whatever the noises you people are making, that will be over to live stream. So many participants who are joined through Zoom links will see. Who have joined us today for this enlightening session. First, let us welcome our resource person, Dr. SUNIL, who is joined us online. We are grateful for his presence and expertise. Welcome you, sir. A special welcome to all the esteemed professors and students present here today. Welcome you all. A warm welcome to all the professors and students from other institutions who have joined us. Welcome you all. Finally, a warm welcome to all other online viewers who are watching this session live. Welcome you all.
Hello. Ganapati sir. Phone ಮಾಡಿ.
Problem. Yeah, yes,
ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೀವು ಹೊರಡಿ ಸರ್ ನಾನೇನಾದ್ರು ಇದ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಬಲ್ ಟೈಮ್
Good morning, everyone. I am Nagin, second year student from Department of English. It is indeed honor for me to read about our esteemed person today. Sunil K is an assistant professor in sociology at PM Shetty Government First Grade College, Konanur. With over 2 decades of academic and research experience, he has made significant contributions to the field of sociology, particularly in gerontology, tribal studies, and rural and urban aging. He has published 45 research papers in UGC, Scopus, and peer-reviewed international journals and has presented papers at 25 national and international conferences. His academic journey includes roles as a faculty member, research assistant, and lecturer in various institutions. Beyond academy, he is actively involved in social service as a trustee of NGOs focused on geriatrics and visually challenged individuals. He is also a life member of prestigious academic bodies such as the Indian Sociological Society, Karnataka Sociology Association, and the Indian Academy of Social Sciences. His dedication to research, teaching, and social welfare highlights his commitment to advancing sociological knowledge and addressing societal challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaveri, for the wonderful introduction. Now, I officially hand over this session to Dr. Sunil, who will enlighten us with his knowledge and insights on research methodology, innovative techniques. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Is it audible? Is it audible?
Yes, sir,
yeah, good morning, one and all. Special thanks to Dr. Ganapati sir, the principal of ANAVATTI College, for inviting me to give a talk on research, conceptual overview of research. So, as of we have discussed and yeah, shall I move on? Yes, sir. So, the conceptual overview of research given to me, it is the topic that... Yeah, tell me, sir. Sir, something to say? Shall I continue?
So you can also elaborate
So, introduction to research. What is research? That is the main aspect that we have to understand in the morning session. So research, as of everybody thinks that, and it says etymologically that research is a systematic investigation into the study of material and sources, but it is also an inquiry at discovering the new knowledge. So it validates the existing theories or developing new understandings in a particular field. So what I feel is that it involves the collection, analysis, and interpretation of data using structured methodologies to answer some specific questions or problems solving. So research is a fundamental to any academic and professional disciplines, providing a foundation for evidence-based decision making. So the research is a process of steps used to collect and analyze information to increase our understanding of a topic or a issue. It typically involves identifying a research problem, reviewing existing literature, formulating hypotheses or research questions, selecting an appropriate methodology by collecting and analyzing the data and drawing the conclusions. So here we should, when we start a research, we should start from the scratch and we should know what is the research is all about and how the research go about. So where do we start and what to start is very important in research. So it involves identifying the problem of research, and next, to understand the research properly, we need an in-depth studies, which I will be sharing in the next slides about the review of literature also. So including the formulating of hypotheses and research questions that plays a basic foundation for any research, and either it is a social sciences research or it is a research related to commerce or management or science. The research can be, in fact, divided into many aspects like qualitative research, quantitative research, and even in some instances, the research can be made through mixed method approaches. So qualitative research, what it does, qualitative research explores the complex human experiences through non-numerical data. That is very important. While the quantitative research lies on statistical analysis to test hypotheses. So in the next session, Dr. Mouneshwar will go in depth into all these aspects, and I am giving a nutshell of what would be the qualitative and quantitative aspects of the research. The mixed method research integrate both approaches to provide a comprehensive understanding. So we should understand the purpose of research extends beyond academia, influencing policy making, technological advancements, and social development. These are the three things that a researcher should keep in his mind, because the policy making is very important to change the dynamics of society and a social setup or a structure. And at the same time, the technological advancement is very much important, because the technology is everyday growth aspect of any society. And in today's globalized world, technological advancements are on day-to-day basis, and we need to sleeve up ourselves to meet the requirements and challenges of these technological advancements through the proper updating of the research. And next is social development. Policy making and technological advancements give a rise to social development, without which the social development is a mere development, and you cannot expect an all-round development in a society, because the research plays a basic foundation for any social development, and that also should include ethical considerations. And here I would like to throw a light on what is ethical considerations. The ethical considerations in a research is very important to maintain the discipline, and the ethical consideration includes the objectivity, validity, and reliability. These are the essentials in ensuring the credibility of research findings. Because without objectivity, validity, and reliability, no science would exist and no research would exist. Everything tend to cease. And that is, the research findings should depend on the three pillars of objectivity, validity, and reliability. This tripod will definitely bring on a quality in research findings. Ultimately, research serves as a crucial tool for expanding real world-class challenges. And coming back, going to the other side of the research, the objectives of research. Every research should have objectives. As I have mentioned, the objectives can be classified into two types. They are general objective and specific objective. In research, every research will have a general objective. Without general objective, a research cannot exist. It provides the overall aim of our study. For example, I have taken a topic, social media usage and mental health outcomes in adolescents. So, for example, if we take this particular topic, social media usage and mental health outcomes in adolescents, as a general objective, based on this general objective play as a foundational aspect for the research. And keeping in mind the social media usage and mental health outcomes in adolescents, this will be the core idea. Based on this, we have to construct the hypothesis. We have to construct the other upper body or the superstructure of the research. And the objective of research is to generate a new knowledge. That is very important. And it is also important to know that validate the existing theories, because theories frame a very important aspect of an objective for a research. Without theories, there would be no foundational strength for the research, because various theories, for example, if you take a social science theories, any person who is pursuing a research, especially in his introduction part, he need to do the theoretical studies, which is very important. And these theoretical studies provide the overall aim to the study, in fact, because the theories place a direction, it plays as a marinus compass for your research. Without theoretical basis, we cannot have a scholarly thinking in formulating the objectives. So qualitative research explores more of a complex human experiences through non-numerical data, while quantitative research relies on statistical analysis to test the hypothesis. But at the same time, the objectives of the research generate a new knowledge, validate existing theories, and address specific problems through systematic investigation. And research aims to explore, describe, and explain, and also predict the phenomena in various fields of studies. So these are very important objectives. So the outline key areas of the research will focus on, for example, to assess the frequency and type of media use, to evaluate the psychological effects linked to social media exposure, to compare mental health data between heavy and light social media users. Because the general objectives provides a overall vision or a overall view based on the theoretical explanations, whereas specific objectives outlines what specifically a research is aiming to do in its research. For that, I have marked the 3 points here as an example. They are the assess the frequency and type of social media usage, to evaluate the psychological effects linked to social media exposure, and to compare mental health data between heavy and light media user. So here, these 3 points includes the other subpoints. They are, the first thing is that exploration is very important. while framing the objectives of the research. Exploration, what to explore? The research helps in identifying new areas of study, which uncovers the unknown facts and generating the novel ideas among the researcher. So exploration is also an important objective of the research. And by keeping these things, three things in the mind, the other point is that it's a description. It provides a detailed account of observed phenomena, helping to establish patterns, trends, and relationships. So, while studying the frequency and type of social media usage, it provides a detailed account of observed phenomena, helping to establish patterns, trends, and relationships. And at the same time, while evaluating the psychological effects linked to the social media exposure, we need to do the explanation part of objective. The explanation of research. What do the research explain? The research always should explain, and it seeks to understand the underlying causes, mechanisms, and principle governing a phenomenon. The second point, that to evaluate the psychological effects linked to social media exposure includes the underlying causes, mechanisms, and principles governing a phenomenon. What phenomenon? It is a purely a research phenomenon based on a social structure. And at the same time, to compare mental health data between heavy and light media users, it includes prediction. So, while forecasting the future trends and behaviors based on past and present data, we can analyze how many are the heavy and light social media users. Because heavy social media users are the one, there are many professional media users like food bloggers or many other reel makers. These people, they use the social media so heavily that it is the capital of those people. But at the same time, by seeing all these things, the researcher should be able to predict the future trends and behavior based on past and present data. So the next is that the researcher should always think about applied research focuses on understanding real world challenges and improving existing system. So what can you improve in these objectives? For example, if somebody is using the social media, if somebody is using a social media to a core, and some people do use the social media as an amateurs, not as an what do you call it, as a professionals, the amateurs can always look into the alternatives in the social media. But at the same time, the social media also addresses the real world challenges. Recently, in the last week, through social media, we came to know about the new therapies for a cardiac problem that has been newly been invented in Russia and Ukraine. In fact, these therapies can help a heart patient to recover very fast within 15 days. And this was highlighted by a social media user from Ukraine, and that was very much highlighted globally. And this is the power of social media, and researchers should always look into the innovation and development part of objectives of the research. So especially the research contributes to scientific and technological advancements, especially by refining the process and creating new solutions. So I think many research scholars will be looking into this session. I would like to give them a suggestion that especially in the science, so science researchers, pure science research, and also applied science research, people can look at the new phenomenon of research such as artificially intelligent powered drug discovery, AI powered drug discovery, that has been massively happening in Europe and parts of United States. And the person who intends to do the research, they should look into the AI powered drug discovery, especially for the social sciences and pharmaceutical research fields. And also the objectives of the research should be, as I said, it includes innovation and development. That is very important. In that aspect, especially the engineering people who does a research, they should always look into the new aspects of, especially for example, if you take a automobile sector, there is a lot of innovation going on. Just I'm giving you an example. So here, the social media binds everybody globally to understand what are the objectives and what are the innovation and developments that are going around the world, and the researchers can use all these things and inculcate in their respective
Excuse me, sir.
research.
Sorry for
And
interruption.
coming back to the
Kindly
research
concentrate
significance,
to.
and research significance is one. The significance of research is that
Sir, sorry
explain
for
why your
interruption.
research matters.
Sir, sorry
So,
for interruption. Kindly concentrate on PPT slides also, sir, please.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. This research will just I was going out of the way with some examples. Okay, I will concentrate on the content of the PPTs. So the research will contribute to the understanding how digital environment will impact adolescent mental health, potentially
Slides
guiding the
are
policy
not
recommendation.
moving, sir.
Pardon?
Slides are not moving, sir. Single slide is displaying only, starting itself.
Sir, I am moving the slides and there are some scratches on the slides.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now, sir, now it is moving?
Sir, moving, sir.
Yes, sir. Now I am in the research significance. The significance of the research lies in its ability to generate a new knowledge. That is very important because the advanced understanding and because it contributes to the societal progress. Research plays a crucial role in various fields, including science, medicine, technology, mental health, potentially guiding the policy recommendations for mental health, especially the health practitioners and educators. And when it comes to the humanities and social sciences, it can address the real world problems. Academically, the research significance is that it expands the existing knowledge, challenges established theories, and fosters intellectual growth. In practical applications, it aids in policy formulation, business strategies, and technological innovations. And also, I would like to give an example of practical implications here. The scientific research drives the medical breakthroughs, improves public health, and enhances the quality of life. In social sciences, it helps address societal issues, influences governance, and informs the decision making. Moreover, the better guidelines for social media usage for teens is the example that I have given. But at the same time, the reliability and credibility of the information through systematic inquiry and analysis is also very important. Here, in a research, the significance of the research will be more when there is an ethical and well-conducted research contributes to the sustainable development, economic growth, and at the same time, a overall well-being of the individual and the communities. Then I am moving on to the research scope. What is the scope? Scope defines what? Scope defines the specificity of the research duration. For example, how the study will focus on data collected between 24 and 25 as the example of social media, what I have taken just as an example to make a better understanding of the perspective. The research scope defines in general the boundaries, the extent and limitations of the study, outlining what will be covered and what will be excluded. It specifies the research objectives. It also addresses the target population, time frame, geographical location, and methodological approach. And also, moreover, this study focuses on teenagers. As I said, I have given an example of a social media, but in this study, I have taken 13 to 18 years of people in urban areas, how far they are indulged in the social media to understand the better understanding of the research of the scope. But moreover, the scope sets an expectations for the stakeholders of this particular age group regarding the study's applicability and relevance. It also acknowledges the constraints such as for these urban teenagers, such as time, resources, and accessibility of the data for the researcher, and which may affect research outcomes. By establishing the clear boundaries for the research scope, which I have given in 3 points, these establishing clear boundaries, the research scope will enhance the clarity, precision, and efficiency, ensuring that study remains manageable while delivering valuable insights within its defined parameters. And the slide number 6 is that here is the body of the thing that how you have to frame your research thesis or a synopsis or a research report. First, you have to identify the problem you have to define the question or issue you want to explore. Then second part is that review of literature. You should gather the existing knowledge and studies on the topic. The third point is that formulate the hypothesis or objectives to develop a clear research question or hypothesis. The fourth step is that design research methodology, such as choose methods for data collection, example, surveys and experiments, and then go for the collection of data, gather information through selected methods, which you have to discuss with your guide or the fellow members. That will be covered in the next session, and analyze the data, interpret the results using both qualitative and quantitative techniques, and finally draw the conclusions, evaluate the findings in relations to the research questions, and finally prepare the final report and share the findings or publish or present results in reports, papers, or presentations. So, why do we conduct research? To answer the unanswered questions or to solve the existing problems. So, research is conducted to expand knowledge. To expand the knowledge, solve the problems, and contribute to the advancement of various academic and professional fields. It provides a structured approach to investigating questions, validating theories, and generating new insights. According to Creswell, a great thinker and a research methodology books written by Creswell, he says that it follows a systematic methodology, the research, and to enhance the understanding and ensure the reliability in the findings. One primary reason for conducting research is that it is to address gaps in existing knowledge by exploring unexamined areas or refining established theories. Additionally, research aids in problem solving by offering evidence-based solutions in fields such as medicine, engineering, and social sciences. But how to influence the decision-making, policy, and innovation? The rigorous research enhances credibility, supports education, and contributes to sustainable development. That is very important. And in the next slide, I have already given this in a flow chart, and need not to again repeat the same one. And I'm moving on to the defining the research problem. How do you define the research problem? The key to successful research is that define a clear, specific problem or question. For example, what are the effects of social media on adolescent mental health? So be specific to that particular topic. And the next is that a well-defined research problem serves as the foundation of a study, providing clear direction and purpose. So here, a study should have clear direction and purpose, and it also helps the researchers stay focused, ensuring that data collection and analysis align with the study's objective. This is very important. Very, very important is that the researcher should stay focused, ensuring that his data collection and his analysis should align with the study's objectives. Objectives should always have a connection with the data collection, and it should have a synchronization. Without the synchronization of data collection and objectives, it is very difficult to come to a conclusion of a point in a research. And especially the ethical and rigorous research analysis, a critical step in a research process. It establishes the foundation for the study. So a research problem is a specific issue, gap, or questions that requires investigation. So thinkers and two thinkers which I have seen who have defined the research problem, Kerlinger and Lee, they define that well-defined research problem should be clear, concise, and researchable within the available resources. It should be grounded in existing literature, ensuring its relevance and significance. So the next part is that very important part, that is literature review. So literature review plays as a backbone of any research methodology or a research thesis or a research work. So I have already stated that importance of review of literature. It identifies mainly four important aspects. The first one is it identifies the research gaps. Reviewing literature helps pinpoint the gaps in existing studies, allowing researchers to refine their research questions. So, and also clarifies the key concepts. There will be many key concepts to get addressed in a research. It provides a deeper understanding of theories and definitions, ensuring the research questions is precise, and well structured. This is very important. And the third aspect is that it should avoid duplication. Yes, the more you do the literature review, you will be getting a panoramic view of your research. It avoids the duplication by analyzing the previous studies. Researchers can modify or refine their question to contribute new insights rather than repeating the past work. And it also strengthens the justification. A thorough literature review helps support the relevance of the research credible. And also, introduction to the review of literature says that purpose of literature review is to summarize, analyze, and synthesize existing research in a specific field. Importance of review of literature also includes establishes a foundation for new research by identifying gaps, trends, and debates in existing body of knowledge. Here is the diagram. The diagram shows the relationship between literature review, research gap, research. Starting with, find out what information already exists in your field of research, then identify the gaps in literature, find other people working in your same field of idea, and identify the major seminal works. That is very important. In the next step, identify main methodologies and research techniques that should contribute to the identifying the main ideas, conclusion, and theories, and establish similarities and differences. And also it provides a context for own research, and it also gives a way to show relationships between previous studies or the other theories. So moving on to the slide number 10, defining research key perspectives is that it summarizes various definitions of research. For example, Creswell, Robson, and others have given an excellent work on review of literature. Review of literature differentiates between basic versus applied research, as well as exploratory, descriptive, and explanatory research. Defining research problem is a critical step in a research process. It establishes the foundation for the study. And here also, the scholars define research as a systematic process of inquiry aimed at generating the knowledge. These definitions highlight research. And also, when I go to the ethical considerations, then when I move to the ethical consideration in the research, the ethical consideration, it overview of does the overview of ethical issues in research, including informed consent, confidentiality, and the protection of vulnerable populations. So, and also the review of literature on research ethics, including the role of institutional review boards, are very important because it protects the sanctity of the review of literatures, and at the same time, the key ethical guidelines from organizations like American Psychological Association and British Psychological Association guidelines are very important. So moving on to the next slide, publication ethics checklist that you can see here, the approval and consent part, data accuracy, falsification, fabrication, and the next point is plagiarism and self-plagiarism. This is very dangerous because the plagiarism and self-plagiarism does not give any kind of new innovation in the research. And the submission fraud, nowadays we see a lot of submission fraud, and is there a simultaneous submission of 2 journals? Have you published the entire part, or by doing the salami slicing, like taking one part from the other article and attaching with the other part with the other article written by the same author? And have you excessively cited your own publications? Ethics of authorship is the next point, that you need to have a top level ethics when you are doing a research work. Have you included all the authors in a specific pre-engaged order? Do you have an agreement with the co-authors and all these things? And the last point is that the conflict of interest. Have you declared relevant interests and relationships that could be seen as influencing in your findings? And this is the next chart that I have prepared. The role of literature review. The first point is to identify a problem or ask a question is important in role of review of literature. The next part is conduct a review of literature. And the next third step is forms a hypothesis, give operational definitions to the variables, the research variables. And in the fourth step, choose a research or a design method which you intend to do in your research work and which would take your research to the next level. And the fifth point will be the collecting of the data, and this collection of data should be very well structured, and because it decides the quality of the research, and then the analysis of the data should be done properly by using even AI tools or any other methods, the traditional methods, and also to disseminate the findings. These are the things that one should keep, and a researcher should keep in his mind to bring out the quality research. And here is a pictorial representation that I have done about the illustration of research reading articles with lot of citation trees. And next, move on to the challenges in literature of reviews. There are various challenges in the literature reviews. The first point which I have done is issues in conducting a comprehensive and unbiased literature review, including information overload, publication bias, and selection bias is the biggest challenge in the literature review. And the second part is challenges in synthesizing large volumes of research and balancing different viewpoints is a really uphill task for a research scholar. And in the third point, the methods for managing these challenges, such as using systematic reviews or meta-analysis technique, is also very complex, and it requires a lot of hard work and lot of comparative analysis. And conducting a literature review presents several challenges. So scholars must critically evaluate the vast amount of literature, ensuring relevance and academic rigor. And citation management is very important. Citation management, avoid plagiarism, and ensuring theoretical coherence are also a significant challenge. A well-structured review requires critical thinking, methodological rigor, and effective organization to contribute meaningfully to the research field while avoiding the misinterpretation of prior studies. So the slide number 20, here I have displayed a lot of database key tools in this contemporary research world. So there are a lot of such tools that you can also cross-verify, and you can also inculcate the resources that is available from these particular tools. And the next is key tools and databases also includes the Google. The very popular one is the Google Scholar, PubMed, Gestor, and Scopus. Also, there are, I have mentioned some citation management tools which I have left over there, such as EndNote, Zotero for organizing and citing resources. These tools will definitely enhance the quality and efficiency of literature review. So what are the gaps in the literature? So what are the gaps in the literature that we have to see here is that discuss the areas where literature is lacking or insufficient, and conclusion and implication. Sorry. Okay. Discuss the importance of ongoing research in refining methodologies and advancing knowledge, and highlight how the review informs your own, what do you call it as a research approach. Formulating hypothesis. A hypothesis is a testable statement predicting an outcome. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅಂತ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, higher social media use is correlated with increased anxiety in adolescents, which I have taken as example as for the adolescent people, where I was discussing in the previous slides about the social media usage. So I have done here about just a one point, like higher social media use is correlated with increased anxiety and among the adolescents. And hypothesis can be divided into two, that is null and versus alternative hypothesis. The null hypothesis states that there is no significant difference between the control and experimental groups, which you need to prove while you're doing a research work. And the alternative hypothesis suggests that there is a significant difference between the control and experimental group due to the tested variables. See here, there is a chart representing the comparative points between null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis, which I have segregated as definition, purpose, example, mathematical representation, outcome if true, statistical interpretation, relation to research. So null hypothesis assumes no effect, whereas alternative hypothesis says the relationship and serves as a baseline to the test against null hypothesis, whereas alternative hypothesis owes for an effect to the tested. And for example, in a null hypothesis is that the statement will be like this: a new drug has no effect on blood pressure, but whereas in alternative hypothesis, the same statement can be interpreted in a different manner, that is, a new drug lowers the blood pressure. So on. And next, I would like to move to the later part of this particular talk, that is on the research ethics. So in the research ethics, the first point to keep in mind is that informed consent is very important, ensuring participants to understand and agree to be part of the study. The second one should be confidentiality. This is very, very important because research ethic refers to the principle guiding responsibility and moral sound research practices. So integrity, objectivity, and respect for the participants while maintaining the academic rigor is very important. Key ethical principles include the informed consent, confidentiality, and non-maleference and honesty in data reporting. This is very, very important. So integrity and honesty is a baseline one should always keep in his mind while doing the research. And here is the vector style icons, which I have just given a representation as an ethical guide. The researcher should have an integrity, he should have a fairness in treating the samples. Respect for the privacy is very important. The instrument of privacy, respect for privacy. So privacy is very, very important. And also one should not, the data should not be harmful. The consent should be informed, and informant should have a proper consent while doing the interview, and also have a proper social responsibility. So what are the ethical challenges that we are going to look into this particular aspect is that the ethical challenges such as discussing issues such as already Venugopal sir has said in his inaugural note that plagiarism, bias, and the misuse of data is the biggest ethical challenges. Plagiarism is nowadays there are a lot of improvised tools to check the plagiarism, and in spite of that, many are indulged in doing the plagiarism. And also there is a bias, and some writers which I have seen that they take a help of some agencies and ghost writers to do the research, and they misuse the data. The importance of institutional review boards in maintaining the research ethics are very important. Here is the diagrammatical and pictorial representation. Research and publication ethics, that duplicate submission, many of them has done a duplicate submission, which I don't want to name in personal, which we came to know, especially in the last decade, not in this decade. In the last decade, we have the instances of duplicate submission, and their PhD was been holded and cancelled also in some instances. Salami slicing and cutting and pasting their own work or somebody's work very to do the work very easily, and without permission or without any consent, they use the data, image manipulation, data fabrication, plagiarism, authorship issues, conflict of interest, non-disclosure of safety procedures, and simultaneous submissions. So all these things the researcher should keep in his mind while framing the research work. See, here are the things that one should always look into the plagiarism or ethics aspect, where the initial review by the ethics committee, they should do the risk assessment. Committee evaluation should be very fair, and at the same time, the research proposal submission should be very transparent, and the decision taking, especially approved and proceed with the research with the conditional approval. In some thesis, we can see that the revision committee or revised committee will write that you have to resubmit your research work due to a lacunae in the content, and at the same time, if there are some work which is of the substandard, that will be rejected for the major revisions required, and the monitor should be always should be there on the research work, especially the periodic reviews for the compliance. The research writing body, which I have done, it is a general aspect of writing a research paper. You should start with an abstract which should not exceed more than 250 words to 300 words, which should also have 4 to 5 keywords. Then introduction part, and then you should have a proper literature review. And in literature review, I have missed saying one thing, that your literature review should always be from broader to particular sense of holding in your particular what do you call as an research synopsis. For example, literature review, if you're doing a literature review, start with the international level studies and then come back to the national level studies, then come back to the local studies, which you will be doing. For example, if you're doing about a village study at the international level studies, you should give the citations of 10-15 international studies, then come to the national level studies, which has been done excellently in sociology and anthropology, then come back to your thesis related subject specific literature review. This will give you the proper order or a chronological order of literature review which you have done. And you should also never forget that in literature review chapter, after mentioning the research gap or before mentioning the research gap, you should mention bibliography or references which you have done for the literature review. And the methodology, you should be very precise what type of methodology that you are going to adapt for your research. That will be addressed in the next session. And the results, discussion and conclusion are the parts that has to be followed one after the other. And the presentation tips, how do you present your research work is that you should focus on the clarity and engaging, and you should be engaging in the storytelling, and you should have a free flow of thoughts and free flow of engaging the things when you are saying about your particular research work, and use the visual aids like charts, graphs, images to enhance the communication, and prepare for question and answer session. Here, what are the challenges in writing a research paper is that starting from left top side to the choosing a research topic, understanding complex concepts, finding evidence to support data, organizing the paper structure, writing in an academic style is very, very important, because every research is a scholar's work and it is an intellectual property. So you people should have proper writing academic style, formatting and citations or references should be done in whatever format that particular university or guide proposes to say you, and you should avoid the plagiarism to a great extent. At least proofreading is very important and editing is very important before going to the final submission of the research. Time management is too crucial, and staying motivated is very, very important throughout your study of research work. And also, what are the emerging trends? So emerging trends are that contemporary research is involving with advancements in technology. Interdisciplinary approaches are becoming more of the mantra in today's research. Innovative methodologies. One significant trend is it is data driven. That is AI and machine learning. Impact on data analysis and predictions are getting very sharp, and at the same time, technology interdisciplinary approaches are giving lot of inputs on research work, because it is completely artificial intelligence and machine learning which enhances the predictive modeling and decision making. Open access publishing is also gaining prominence, ensuring wider dissemination of knowledge. Big data, because the information is ocean and you require to pick whatever you need and not the whole of the ocean. And another trend in the interdisciplinary research nowadays is that the multiple fields are addressing the same concepts or other challenges, especially the global challenges, such as, for example, climate change and public health, reproducibility and transparency. And that is emphasizing the research, and it is also contributing for the ethical integrity. So interdisciplinary research and collaborative research across all the disciplines are increasing day by day. And in one aspect, it is a cost-cutting initiative. At the same time, the basic research is losing its sheen day by day because of this collaborative and cross-disciplinary researches. This will be more suited for the applied sciences concept. But these trends are shaping the futures of knowledge, of production and application. So to conclude, I can say that the research process is systematic and involves defining problems, reviewing literature, choosing methodologies, collecting data, and drawing conclusions. And the ethical considerations are essential in ensuring integrity. The future research trends are shaping how we collect and analyze the data. Thank you very much. Yeah, organizers.
It was an indeed and insightful session. Thank you, Dr. Sunil, for sharing your valuable knowledge and guiding us through this session. Please listen online participants also. Now, I open the floor for our question and answer session. I request the audience to ask their question and engage in this session interactive discussion. If you have any question, you can ask.
Yes, sir. Sir, can I ask some questions?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Ha, sir. Sir, I'm Sujata from Bangalore University, research scholar, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam. Tell me.
Very good afternoon, sir. Sir, ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಸೆಷನ್.
Thank you, madam.
ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಲಿ ಏನು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನರಿ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಸೈಜ್ 208 ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸರ್, ಸಾಕಾಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ಗೆ?
ಸಾಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಂಟರ್ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು? ಇಂಟರ್ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂತರಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೌದು ಸರ್, ಹೌದು. ಸರ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ರಿವ್ಯೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ವರ್ಗೂ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾಲಾನುಕ್ರಮವಾಗಿ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಸರ್, ನಾನು 10 ವರ್ಷಗಳಾಗ್ಲಿ 5 ವರ್ಷಗಳಾಗಿ ರಿವ್ಯೂನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್? ಲೈಕ್ ಹಳೆಯಿಂದ ಹೊಸತುವರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಆದಷ್ಟು 7 ರಿಂದ 8 ವರ್ಷದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳಿಂದ ಅಥವಾ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಿಕ ಮೂಲಗಳಿಂದ ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸತನವನ್ನ ತುಂಬುತ್ತೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಸರ್, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಸೈಜ್ ಬಂದು 193 ಒಂದು ವುಮೆನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷಿಯರೀಸ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ನನ್ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರೋರ್ನ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿ 15 ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ 208 ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಸೈಜ್ ನ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಇಡೀ ನನ್ನ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಗೆ.
ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಮಾಡಬಹುದು.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್ ಸೆಷನ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್.
We request other participants raise your hands. Based on your hands rising, we'll make you unmute. Once your mic is unmuted, you can ask the questions with the resource person.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, madam.
Hello.
Good afternoon, madam. Heli.
I'm a research scholar, sir. I'm doing PhD in VTU.
Yeah, madam. Tell me.
ನಾನು ಫಿನ್ಟೆಕ್ ಮೇಲೆ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಫಿನ್ಟೆಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಮೇಡಮ್,
ಅದು ನಾನು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಸಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಸಿಟಿಲಿ ಲೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಬಂದು 10 ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್? ಇವಾಗ ಯೂಶಲಿ ನಮ್ ಗೈಡ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 500 ಆದ್ರೂ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ಸಮ್ ಬಾರೋವರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸೊ ನೀವು ಈಗ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀರಾ? 10 ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀರಲ್ವಾ?
ಲೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಟೆಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಇದೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸೊ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ? ಏನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್, ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಸೈಜ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೋ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಈಗ 500,000 ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನನ್ನ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಗುಣಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ದ ಐಡಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಎನಿವೇರ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ 220 to 350. Even you can do a qualitative work in that with that number of samples. Better you do that. You divide the companies which you are working geographically. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭೌಗೋಳಿಕವಾಗಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಭೌಗೋಳಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಉತ್ತರ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಈ ತರ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವಾಗ ಇಡೀ ಸಿಟಿನ ನೀವು ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಲೊಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಲ್ವಾ? ಅವಾಗ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕಂಪನಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಯು ಸೆಡ್ 500 ಫಾರ್ 10 ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. 10 ಕಂಪನಿಗೆ 500 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 50 ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಸೈಜ್ ನ ಇನ್ನ ಡೌನ್ ಸೈಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನ ಒಳ್ಳೇದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. 300-358 ರೌಂಡ್ ಫಿಗರ್ ಇಡಬಾರ್ದು ಯಾವಾಗನು. 400, 300 ಈ ತರ ಇಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ಫ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದಷ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಡೇಟಾಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ 328, 330 ಈ ತರ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ನೀವು ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಸೊ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ಯುವರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್. ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್.
ಓಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Next, request Shivani.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Sir,
afternoon.
it was a nice session. Sir, I'm a PhD scholar at DU, so I wanted to know, sir, if you can quickly like explain how we can choose if whether we have to go for a systematic review or meta analysis if I'm working on a qualitative research.
If you are working on
Quantitative data, particularly research paper on quantitative data.
especially on research and quantitative data.
Yes, sir.
So what is your topic?
So my topic is household energy consumption. Basically,
Household
what
energy
are
consumption.
yes,
Okay.
sir.
So your field, your universe of study is Delhi.
Yes, sir.
So universe of study, Delhi will be very vast for you to collect the data. You have to do one thing. You have to divide that area, universe of study into some particular or concise it into particular area first. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
have
sir.
to round up a particular or mark a particular universe of study. Point number one. Point
Okay.
number two is that, especially when you are doing a quantitative research, statistical analysis is very important.
Yes, sir.
As you know that. So
Yes, sir.
better take a statistical analysis from the well-known agencies or formal agencies like Delhi Electricity Board, or you are doing about a livelihood or something. What is your topic?
Sir, it is like what are the behavioral factors which define the energy consumption at household level?
Energy consumption.
Yes,
So
sir.
you can collect from a formal agencies like Delhi Electricity Board and any other agencies which are working with the government schemes, NGOs. Okay. From them also you can collect, and you can also use visit some websites
Yes, sir.
which is available, and you have to frame the hypothesis in such a way that these hypotheses should address your universe of study.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes,
Based
sir.
on your hypothesis, you
Yes,
have
sir.
to work on that particular topic which you have chosen to work. So your hypothesis should have a clear definition, whether you are doing what kind of hypothesis. Okay.
Yes, sir.
As I
Yes,
said,
sir.
two type of hypothesis. So which hypothesis you use will be the output of your study, especially in the quantitative research. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, sir, actually now I have started working on a review paper. So I wanted to know like whether I should go for systematic review, meta analysis. So is there any particular rule, or like I can choose based on like what data is available, or
I think
how
you should
many
go for
research?
systematic data,
Okay.
madam, actually, systematic data. So for
Okay,
that,
sir.
there are lot of tools and lot of websites and lot of academic, what do you call it as an devices are available, especially in your, you said that you are from DU.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
In DU, two of my friends are working. They say that your library is very fabulous. You have
Yes, sir.
digital
Yes, sir.
library also.
Yes,
Why
sir.
don't you make use of the digital library and concise the particular thing to your particular research topic? Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, we have a few questions which is posted by the respondents through comments. So just you go through the questions and answer this.
Sir, how to choose an effective topic for research? This is the question from online participant.
It's not audible, madam. Please. Can you say through this app actually?
Sir, I'm audible.
No, madam, it's not clear.
Sir, the question is how to choose an effective topic for research.
How to choose an effective topic for research?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, to choose the effective topic, you need to have a flair for that particular topic. A flair. What is the flair? The flair is that ನಿನಗೆ ಯಾವುದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, if you are a sociology student, there are many aspects in sociology. Now the latest trend in research is that picking up a contemporary issues, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂದಿನ ಜ್ವಲಂತ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಜ್ವಲಂತ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾವ್ದು ಹೇಳುತ್ತೋ ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಕೈಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು. ಸೊ ಅಪ್ ಟು ಡೇಟ್ ಇರುವಂತ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು. ಏನೇ ಅಪ್ ಟು ಡೇಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಸಹ ನಾವು ಹಿಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ಏನ್ ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯಿಕ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ, ಇದರ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತಗಳೇನು, ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅರ್ಥೈಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಂತರ ನಾವು ಇಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಇಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಮಾನಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರಿ ಹೊಂದುವಂತ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ನ ನೀವು ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದು ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅನೇಕ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಂಟೆಂಪರರಿ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್. ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಚೈನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರಿಸಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸುಮಾರು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ನ ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಬಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಅಪ್ ಟು ಡೇಟೆಡ್. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಸರಿ ಹೊಂದುತ್ತೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಎಸ್
Sunil sir, can I intervene to this question?
ಎಸ್ ಮೌನೇಶ್ ಸರ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್, ಹೌ ಆರ್ ಯು?
Yes, fine sir. ಯಾರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅವರು?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೋ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದಾ? ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಹೌ ಟು ಚೂಸ್, ಏನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಏನಿತ್ತು? ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ರಿಪೀಟ್ ದಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್?
ಹೌ ಟು ಚೂಸ್ ಎ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್. ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಬಂದ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ.
ಸಿ ನೋಡಿ, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇರೋದನ್ನೇ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಎರಡನೇ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಇರೋದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮಟೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಈ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಜರ್ನಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 3 to 4 years. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೀವೇ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಸುನಿಲ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಕಾಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಹಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡೆಡ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಎ ಸೋಶಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ಏನು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ 10 ಜೊತೆ 11 ನಾವು ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಬೇಡ. ಇವಾಗ ವಿಚ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಮೋರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮೋರ್. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ PhD ಥೀಸಿಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೇನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತೈತಿ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅದು ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಎ ಕಾಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂ. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಎರಡು ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಪಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಒಂದು, ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೀವೇ ಇಂಟ್ರೋಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ ವಿಷಯ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಬಂದಿರ್ತವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸೋಶಿಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಒಂದು RC22 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗ ಡೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಪ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಡೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಪ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೀವು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೇಳೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಥೀಸಿಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟೈಟಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೈನಲೈಸ್ಡ್, ಒನ್ಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೈನಲೈಸ್ಡ್, 50% ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮುಗ್ದಂಗೆ. ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿರ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಆ ಪ್ರಿವಿಲೇಜ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೈ ಸಜೆಷನ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Sir, one more request from the participants. Though we are conducting national level workshop, so it's highly request you to communicate the things through English, sir. Why? Because they are not able to understand. That is the issue. Because they are eagerly waiting for your sessions. They are seeking your sessions. So your answers in English mode will encourage them to stay back longer. So it's humble request from the team and crew for delivering the things to English. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so now we'll end up with session 1. So as we are going delay, so we'll end up with the session 1 now. The participants who have queries, still you have 3 more sessions to get it clarified. So our resource person will be there. At last also we have a feedback session and question and answer session. So kindly give your questions at last. So though the time delay happened, so we are moving towards the second session. Now we'll have a vote of thanks for Sunil sir. Later the session 2 will be begins. Yes.
To conclude this session, now I invite Kirti White to deliver the vote of thanks.
The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kirti White from second year BA student at GFGC ANAVATTI. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks today. First, I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected principal, Professor Ganapati MD, for his inspiring leadership and unwavering support. Thank you, sir. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ravindra Nayak, sir, Professor Idumati Madam, Professor Rimappa Arthi, sir, and Professor Santosh, sir, for their valuable guidance and contributions. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Special thanks to Professor Sunil, sir, our distinguished resource person, for his insightful session and expertise. Thank you, sir. Lastly, I extend my thanks to all the professors, participants, and the organizing team for making this program a success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kirti, for your words of gratitude. We come to the end of the session. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Looking forward to more engaging discussion in the upcoming session. Thank you. Have a great day.
So I request Bharat from second year, final year BCom to take over the session. Section 2 now. Section 2 is methods and techniques of research. The session will be handled by Dr. MOUNESHWAR sir. So I request Muskan from final year BCom to introduce our resource person for session 2.
ಆಪರೇಟರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಇದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಈಗೇನೋ ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಆಯ್ತು. ಕಲರ್ ಬಂತು, ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ರೂಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದು ಈಗ ನಾಳೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತು
on his research implications of modeling on youth, a sociological study from the perspective of theory of modeling, under the guidance of Professor Srimati Jayasri, Vice in charge KUD. He is appointed as an assistant professor in 2017 through KUD. His service from 2017 to 2024 in Koppal, Belagavi, and from 2024 to till date GFGC in Balahangal. He attended 20,000 World Congress organized by International Sociology Association in Melbourne University, Australia. He is presented two research papers. He is currently serving as exam observer in KDA. He presented research papers in many national and international conferences within Karnataka and across India. He has attended 48 All India Sociology Conference held at VIU, Tamil Nadu in December 2023. In December 2024, he attended 49 All India Sociology Conference held at VMU University, Haryana. He served as content creator in Karnataka management system and created for modules of PPT or videos and study materials for optional sociology. We are honored to present here, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you, Muskan. Now, without further ado, I invite Dr. MOUNESHWAR to take over the session and share his valuable insights with us. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, screen is okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And Government of Karnataka, Department of Collegiate Education, Government First Aid College, ANAVATTI. So it's organizing one-day national workshop on research methodology and innovative techniques. So really, at the outset, I would like to thank your very vibrant academician as well as good administrator, your principal, Dr. M.B. Ganapati. So before getting into the session, I would like to say a few words about this national workshop. So Professor Ganapati sir and me, we were both good friends as well as roommates in Harvard. We studied together for the assistant professor examination. And now sir has got promoted as principal of your college. So he's very vibrant academician, but perhaps due to academic pressure, due to administrative pressure, sir is not so engaging in research and other academic activities. So really I thank to Dr. Ganapati sir organizing a wonderful national workshop, because see the participants, it is crossing about 100 and 150 plus. It is very difficult to organize a national workshop in a government college, because there are so many technological and administrative glitches. But anyway, sir has. So ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ unmute ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. So unmute all. If they want to speak means, if they want to talk means, just say what you call unmute themselves and ask any question in between also, no problem. So I thank once again Professor M.B. Ganapati and all the personnel of the college for their wonderful support to this national workshop, because in a single hand we cannot do anything. So that's why, apart from principal, I also congratulate and appreciate their efforts in this regard. So let us look into the session 2. I don't have, sir, can I know what is my time duration? Now it is 12:50. Now it is 12:50. So what is my what you call time duration, so that I can adjust it?
Sir, it's adjusted Anna. So till 1:50, you can engage the session, sir. 1:50, 1:50.
1:30.
1:50, sir. 1:50, 1:50.
1 hour. Okay, no problem. So today's my topic, methods and techniques of research. Here I am going to cover two important topics. One is types of researches, and second one is tools of data collection. So research. It's a buzzword. Don't think that we are only doing the research. We academicians are only going to do research. No, it is absolutely wrong. Each and every arena of employment, each and every sector of the society, they are engaging research. You are getting JRF amount. So many research scholars are here. They are getting JRF amount. Why government is spending crores together on research? Why we have to do research? This is the question we need to understand. Because the entire society, the entire world, it is dynamic in nature. It is changing day by day. New needs are creating. New problems are arising. New conflicts are arising. In order to solve all the questions, in order to cater all the needs of the humanity, we should engage continuously in research. This is the main idea of research. If there is any problem in the government, immediately they will appoint a commission, appoint a committee to look into that issue. That is also research. If you have a problem in your house, someone will look after it. That is also research. Don't think that only laboratory persons will do research, only academicians will do research. All the walks of our life, research is essential part of our life. So that's why, in one or other way, we should engage in research. But being academicians, it is mandatory for us. Being academicians, because being teachers, I highlight, being teachers, in upcoming days, we should teach with generated knowledge, not printed knowledge. we should teach with generated knowledge, not with printed knowledge, because printed knowledge is available in internet, it is available in books, it is available in journals. We should try to teach with generated. That generation of knowledge, it is possible only through research. There is no any alternative way. So all the research scholars or who wants to become teachers, born in your mind. In upcoming generation, we should teach with generated knowledge. We should generate new knowledge. It is only through research. That's why research is going to become a part and parcel of our academic life. That's why we need research. So we know the meaning of research. We know the objectives of research. So research has covered all those things. I don't want to dig into that. Once your title is finalized, then you have to go for next steps. So my ambience is types of researches. So based on your topic, based on your respondents, based on your hypothesis, you have to select any one type of research. All the researches are not same. If you are dealing with the human behavior, there is a research topic is different. If you are dealing with a social problem, then your research type will be different. If you are dealing with the children behavior, your research type will be different. If you are dealing with any governmental policy and programs, your research will be different. That's why there are n number of research types. So here I am going to highlight few types of researches, not all. So due to lack of time, I want to give these types in capsule form, just in one word. What is descriptive research? In one word, you have to remember at any point of time. Whoever may be asked. So limit between what is descriptive research. In one line, I'm going to try to give in one line. So that's I want to give in a very what you call nutshell form or in a capsule form. Okay. So there are types of research as I said. So I have what you call classified two or three sets like that. The first set of classification of research is pure research and applied research. Pure research and applied research. So, for example, so let us go through the examples, then you will get to know very easily. For example, if you are studying unemployment problem in a particular village or particular area. So if you are searching how many people are here, how many people are educated, how many people are bachelor degree, master degree, PhD holders, and how many of them don't have any work to do. So if you are assessing these aspects, that means just in order to understand the problem, if you are doing research in order to understand the problem, then it's called as a pure research. You are not doing anything apart from gathering information or testing theories. This is pure research. It is also called as fundamental research. It is also called as basic research. Here, you are just gathering information related to a particular social issue. That is pure research. Then, if you are conducting research to suggest any, once again, sir, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಡೆದಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಆನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ದು ಅರ್ಧ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಏನಂತಾರಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಸಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ one more meeting. Applied research. So the name itself indicates it is for the application. If there is employment problem, you know that there is employment problem. If your research is contributing to solve that problem, if your research contribution it is to solve that problem, then it is called as applied research. You are applying your research output to solve that particular problem. That's why it's called applied research. Pure research and applied research. Pure research is just for gathering information. Applied research, here you are applying your research contribution to solve that particular social problem or to come out of that particular any situation. That is applied research. So pure research In most of the social science, we are going for a pure research. You know, TIFR, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. So most of the science researchers are pure research. This is the first category or first classification of pure and applied researchers. Okay, so then same basic as well as applied. Pure research under one, applied under one, basic research under one. Next, qualitative and quantitative research. So don't go for the PPT, just listen to me. Qualitative, quantitative. So if you are assessing, if you want to understand the quantity, the magnificence, if you want to understand the number to any extent, then it is a quantitative form, or which can be measured. For example, what is the extent of unemployment? What is the extent of suicide rate? What is the extent of material birth? Whatever. What is the extent of? What is the number? So if you are assessing, if you are trying to find out any quantitative information, all those researches come under quantitative category. Most of the economic researchers, you know, they will prepare nice chart. All the chart is filled with data. So that is a quantitative. That means it can be measured in terms of numerical value. So qualitative, which cannot be measured in terms of numerical data or numerical strength. So those researches come under qualitative. Here, people's behavior, people's opinion, people's attitudes towards anything, these types of researches come under qualitative, because we cannot express it. I like this political party. How much I like this? How much I cannot measure it. That's why all these type of researches, most of the psychological researches, philosophical researches, they come under the qualitative researches. Here, they are dealing with the human emotions. They are dealing with the human opinions. They are dealing with the human behaviors. That's why they cannot be measured in terms of numerical values. So, in sociology, we go for, and there is one more method, that is triangulation method. It is recently emerged. Here, in triangulation methods, we are blending both qualitative and quantitative methods. In triangulation method, it is a recent one. Most of the research institute, they are adopting triangulation method. I have not digged that. Both qualitative as well as quantitative, they are combining, and their research will be more fruitful than qualitative or quantitative. Okay, this is the second what you call category of classification of research types. Then there is one more set. It consists three: descriptive, explanatory, and exploratory. Descriptive, explanatory, exploratory. It is the set of three. Then you can easily remember. So this is the not only useful for your research procedure, it is also useful for your NET and KCET examination. Okay. See, don't see the slide. Just listen to me. Descriptive research. Here, you are describing a particular phenomena where you are going. Your only job is to describe the major characteristics of it. Addresses the what question. What question? For example, if you go to village study, what is the population? What is the caste population? What is the religious combination? What is the employment combination? Or what is the poor and rich combination with poor and rich? So you are just describing what you are witnessed in the field. This is descriptive research. In most of the social science research are descriptive in nature, because we are very expert in describing any phenomena. So it addresses what you have exactly seen in the field. You are describing this. These things are what you call communicable. These things are visible. So it addresses what are the characteristics of a population or situation being studied. Here, just remember the word descriptive research. You are describing the phenomena with a question, what? So this is descriptive research. Then explanatory research. Don't go for PPT, just listen. Just take one word, explain. You are explaining the reason. You are explaining the reason why it is so. Why it is so. Why there is poverty. Why there is unemployment. Why there is so and so. You are explaining the cause of some particular social issue. That is explanatory research. For example, if government has appointed you as a researcher in order to ask a question. ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು ಏನದು ಮರಣ ಕೊಪ್ಪಳದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಾಣಂತಿಯರ ಸಾವಾಯ್ತು. Why? ಯಾಕಾಯ್ತು? ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. You just investigate why there were maternal cortical deaths in Karnataka very recently. So you are giving a reason. You are giving a cause to particular issue, whatever it may be. You are explaining why it is so, why there is a problem. So this is explanatory research. You can take it, no problem. If you know any, so for example, why today's youths are so technologically addicted, why they are addicted to social media, why they are addicted to so and so, why they are addicted to drugs, why they are addicted to peer pressure. So if your research is revolving around the question why, then it is called as explanatory research. So in order to understand all these things, you just imagine yourself, you are doing one particular research or PhD. So you want to probe into particular problem, then you will conceptualize it. Okay, just in a single capsule, I am giving all those things. Then exploratory research. So again, don't go for PPT, just take that one word, explore. Explore. You are exploring something. One share. Sir, ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಇದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ. ಆಯ್ತು, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಏನೋ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗದ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಸರ್, ಕೊಡ್ರಿ, ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ. ಸರ್ ಒಂದು 4 ನಿಮಿಷ ನೀನು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗದ, ನೀವು ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರಂತ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಅದು 10 meeting naditate. Sorry. Okay. So then exploratory research. You are exploring which is unknown, which you have little knowledge, which you don't have earlier exposure. ಹಿಂದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. So it is applied when the researcher is not acquainted with the problem. You don't know what is there. For example, if you are studying a jail, how the prisoners are allocated, what the work they will do, how their day will be, what are the works they will do themselves, what are the works they will do for the jail. So we don't know how it is. In such cases, we go for exploratory. Means it is simple. If you don't have any prior exposure to that particular social problem or social issue, you will have to go for exploratory research. Here you are exploring something you don't know earlier, or you have little information about it. So if you go for cursor, take and right click, there will be an option called explore. Here you are exploring something which society or you, a researcher, no one knows anything, or you have little information about it. So this is a third category. First, second, and in this way you have to remember it. So no need to larger explanation. I am giving you in very capsule form. So any point of time, if you heard the name explanatory, don't go for any explanation. Just take out that word explanatory. I have to, our researcher has to explain the cause for that particular phenomena. Exploratory, I am exploring, a researcher exploring something which he does not know earlier. That is exploratory research. Okay, I think it's clear. Okay. Next, qualitative is over. Next, there is one more type of research, that is longitudinal research. Here, don't go for again what's happening. Here, longitudinal research means you are studying a body of problem over the period of time. You are studying a body of problem over the period of time. For example, the extension of poverty in India from 1947 to 2025. You are studying a problem with that over a period of time. How it was before independence, how it was during independence, how it is after independence, how it is after LPG, and now. So you are dealing with the same problem, but in a different phases of time. It is called longitudinal research. For example, women education during British period, during independent time, after independence, and now. You are doing a same body of research on same body of problem over different period of time. That is longitudinal. In longitudinal research, there are two types. I have not mentioned here, I think. There are two types in longitudinal. One is prospective research. Second one is retrospective research. Prospective research, retrospective research. For example, if you are studying the population or population from today to next 10 years, what will be the problem? What will be the situation? If you go forward from the today, it is prospective longitudinal research. If you want to study the extent of drug abuse over the next 10 years among Indian youth, it is prospective longitudinal research. For example, if you are studying the extent of drug usage among Indian youth from today to 10 years back or retrospective, it is called retrospective longitudinal research. Same body, if you go to forward, it is prospective. If you go backward, it is retrospective longitudinal research. Okay, these are the two important types of longitudinal research. Clear? Okay. So this type of research are called carried out usually with the social problems. Social problems. What is the extent of problem? For example, population. We should not curb the population. What will be the Indian population in the next 10 years? What will be the mobile usages or internet usages in the next 10 years? So like that, you have to go for either pro or back. So this is a longitudinal research. Okay. Next, historical research. So as the name itself indicates, it digs, it inquiry into the past historical events. That is a historical research. So seeks to understand the people, society, how Indian society was, how traditional society was, how tribal society was. So it digs into the past human history. That is historical research. There is one more along with this comparative research. I think I have not mentioned here. So there are n number of research types. You have to select according to your research title or topic. There is no depth for types of research. There is no depth for types of research. So you have to go for what you call suitable research type, because you have to substantiate your research type. So I am going to do a longitudinal research, prospective. I am going to do a what you call explanatory research. You have to substantiate. You may opt any type of research types. You have to substantiate your research method. That is it. One more, there is comparative method. So important methods in social sciences I have not mentioned here. Comparison. So we can compare three types. For example, present with the past. In the present with the two different sections, mainly two. Present. For example, marriage system in India. In India as well as in West. In the present scenario. Marriage system in India. System in the contemporary India, in the traditional India. Contemporary India and in the traditional India. So you can compare. And marriage system among Hindus, among Muslims, among Christians, among different religions. So you can compare any way. So that is a comparative research. Mainly we can types we have in comparative research. Here you can, for example, Indian cosmetic marketing, in American cosmetic marketing, how their marketing trends are there. In India, how Indian trends are there. So you can compare anything with any society. That is a comparative research. Or same body of the problem in a different places. Or same body of the problem in the same society in a different time span. Okay, so that is a comparative research. Then there are two more types: case study as well as surveys. Case study as well as survey. It was introduced by Frederick Lipley. You know that. Frederick Lipley. Case study is nothing but, in sociology or in social sciences, it is in-depth, exhaustive investigation of a phenomena from day one to till today. ಇದೇನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದೇ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ನೀವು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ A to Z ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಕರಿತೀವಿ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಅದು ಕೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮೆಥಡ್. If you want to study any tribe, if you want to study any organization, any institution, any person, any place or anything, here you are going for an in-depth study, not peripheral. Here, the beauty of case study is it is the only method, or it is the only research method where you can apply, where you can use all the tools of data collection. All the tools of data collection. That is the case study method. It is the case study method. Here, it is in-depth, comprehensive investigation of any single phenomena. Any single phenomena. For example, if you want to study in political science, they will study about a politician. They will study about a politician. So, for example, how right from his birth to his current position, the entire his journey, and what he has done, what he has not done, what is his contribution, this, that, and all. So these are the case studies. In tribal studies, community studies, they will go for case studies only. If you want to study any, for example, over here, Elvin, he studies Naga and WHR rivers, Todas. These are the case studies. The beauty of case studies, here you can use all the tools of data collection. Remember it. Okay. So it is a case studies an ideal methodology when a holistic, in-depth investigation is needed. It is not peripheral. It is a holistic, in-depth, exhaustive investigation of any phenomena. Okay. This is case study. It was introduced by Frederick Lipley. Okay. Next, social surveys. Social surveys. The very important difference between case study and the social survey, you understand. In case study, we will go for in-depth of a single phenomena. Here, we cover a large population with certain sets of questions. Okay. In case study, we will go for single phenomena. Here, we cover a large area. Best example of social survey is census, National Family Health Survey. National Family Health Survey. So these are the best examples of social survey. So here it is designed, well designed set of questions. We will go to what you call field to a large, because one village or some families, some particular sections, we cannot go for a survey. Survey means you have to cover a large area. So this is a survey. Charles Booth has used this what you call research methods. So these are the some important types. Not all, some important types. So depending upon nature of your research, you have to select, you have to opt any one type of research method. Okay. Next, let us move into the okay. Next, data. Next important aspect of research is data. This is the heart and kidney of your research. Data. Anyway, we need data for our research or research analysis. So, how to collect the data? Because in sociology or in social science, we are going to deal with human beings. Of course, there is a diversity in society. We cannot consider all the respondents as one. Okay, there are literate, there are illiterate, there are all sorts of people are in the society. That's why if there is a diversity in society, then we have to use diverse, different types of tools and techniques to gather our information. Because this is very Herculean task in collecting collection of data. It is not so easy. Once you go practically, you will get to know. Ultimately, you will not find suitable any particular tool, or you cannot say that my research method is so and so. You cannot say. You have to use all the types, because these are what you call academically, these are for our sake of understanding. We have divided all the research methodology, but practically research methodology is very different. We have done their PhD, we have done their MPhil, they will get my point. Okay, so in a data, we classify the data into two types: primary data and secondary data. Primary data, it is a first-hand data which is directly collected by the researcher by investigation or by going to field. It is first-hand data collected by researcher himself or herself. Secondary data, it is also called as printed data, or it is already gathered by someone, it is available to you. It is already gathered by someone and it is available to you. So in any ideal research, we inevitably have to make use of two types of data. It's inevitable. We cannot say that I want only primary data, no secondary data, or I want only secondary data, no. It doesn't work like that. Inevitably, we will have to use both primary and secondary data. It is mandatory. Now, what you know, the bibliography, it is naming as tertiary data or tertiary source of data. It's now recently some people are saying it. Okay, how to collect the primary sources of data and how to collect the secondary sources of data. We know that primary data, how you collect it is depending upon your respondents, how they are, whether they are educated or uneducated, they are illiterate, they are children, they are aged, how they are, what are their characteristics, socio-economic characteristics, depending upon their socio-economic characteristics, or depending upon the need of data you wanted, you can opt any research tool and collect from them. It may be questionnaire, it may be interview schedule, it may be interview, it may be observation, it may be anything else. So, by making use of any research tool, you have to collect the data. That is called as primary data. In secondary data, it is open access. Anyone can access. It may be books, it may be journals, it may be magazines, it may be conference papers, it may be internet, it may be web papers, anything. It may be annual reports. Now, we are using ChatGPT, we are using AI tools for secondary data. Anything is available. No need of going to primary data. That much data we have. So these are the two important types of data, primary and secondary source. And then how to collect? How to collect? So there are some standard tools, thanks to our academicians and earlier sociologists, earlier research methodologists. They have designed certain tools and techniques to make the things easy. So first and foremost tool of data collection is a questionnaire. Questionnaire. And second one is interview schedule or schedule. Interview is different. Interview schedule is different. Questionnaire, interview schedule. Questionnaire and interview schedule. Questionnaire and interview schedule. Okay. So don't look at the PPT. Listen here. Questionnaire. What is questionnaire? It's nothing but a document containing set of questions. That's enough. It's a document containing set of questions which are answered by respondent himself or herself. It is a document containing set of questions answered by respondent himself or herself. You have to prepare it and give it to the respondents. They will fill it and give it back. Now, most recently, we have been using Google Form. That is the best example of a questionnaire. Now, nobody will take the hard copy. Everyone will go through the question, what you call Google Form, provided if they are literate or educated. Okay, that is questionnaire. And questionnaire itself is a big chapter. How to prepare a questionnaire, what are the qualities of good question paper, how questions should be. There is a huge topic behind it. Just I am giving a conceptual framework or the hardcore meaning of the term questionnaire. Google Form is the best example of a questionnaire. In social science, majority of the researchers, they are making use of questionnaire because it is what you call very easy and no need to invest our time, no to invest our energy. Once the questions are finalized, it's very easy to collect the data through Google Form, and it is very easy to tabulation for the tabulation purpose. For example, if you distribute Google Forms, they will fill it, send it. You can directly download the spreadsheet. And from that spreadsheet, you can make any bar chart, pie chart, whatever you want. You can navigate the data however you want through questionnaire. And its brother, questionnaire's brother, that is interview schedule or only schedule or schedule, whatever. It is also same. It is also same. There is one fundamental difference between questionnaire and interview schedule. It is also a document containing a set of questions. Questions should be asked by interviewer. Answer should be given by the respondents. Here, he has to ask the question. The respondents will tell the answer. He has to make it down. He has to write it down. This is the fundamental difference between questionnaire and interview schedule. Okay. So here, researcher has to note down the answers or responses. In questionnaire, researcher has to distribute it. Then respondent himself or herself has to fill it or has to answer the question. So there are, with respect to questionnaire and interview schedule, not only questionnaire and interview schedule, among all the tools, there are pros and cons, merits and demerits. For example, questionnaire, you cannot give it to any illiterate or uneducated person, isn't it? He cannot read and write, then it is of no use. Okay, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. You know that because we are already lagging behind time. So interview schedule, questionnaire. In questionnaire, answers should be filled by the respondent himself or herself. Here, researcher has to write down the answers by asking the questions. Number of questions, name of the questions, open-ended, closed-ended, it is up to researcher only. So in questionnaire or interview schedule, in questionnaire, there are two types, open-ended questions. If you give 4 options, it is closed-ended. If you give a short answer or open, that is open-ended questionnaire. There is a chapter called questionnaire, how to prepare questionnaire or how to be an ideal questionnaire. So I don't want to dig into all those things. Interview schedule is different. Interview is different. Interview is nothing but just a verbal conversation in order to gather the information. It is verbal conversation. ಇದೊಂದು ಶಾಬ್ದಿಕ ಸಂವಹನ. ಎದಕ್ಕೆ? ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಶಾಬ್ದಿಕ ಸಂವಹನ. It is a verbal conversation between researcher and respondent. ಎದಕ್ಕೆ? In order to gather the required information or required data. So, depending upon your research, depending upon the nature of your research, depending upon the nature of data you needed, you have to opt for any one of research types. There are many types of what you call interviews. So structured, unstructured, semi-structured. In TV interviews, there are interviews. So structured means you have definite questions. Those questions only you have to ask. No need to ask. And sometimes you have to give the questions earlier. as early as possible, so that that particular person or respondent, he will be well prepared to answer your questions. Most of the TV interviews will go like that only, and unstructured. Depending upon the situation, you can change the question. And semi-structured, there is little space for your changing of questions or respondents. So phone screen, traditional behavior. In majority of the corporate companies, they will go for video and phone screen. Because if a person applied for any job, so he has to come from a very far away from place. So that's why they will conduct an interview over phone. So they will just ask the basic or fundamental required information from the candidate. If that candidate is okay, then they'll call for the further process, or else they'll close it. So it is very helpful to save their time and energy, both parties, not only company as well as the candidate also. Okay, in video and traditionally we know in a TV interviews, there are traditional interviews, and there are certain group interviews. Here, the hiring team interviews the number of candidates at the same time. So to assess their general characteristics or general opinions. Then it's a behavioral research. So here they'll check your behavior, how a person behaves in particular situation. And there is a panel interviews consist of panel means a group discussion. It is like a group discussion. Panel interviews consist of, see the screen, consist of numerous interviewers asking a candidate questions. In IAS case, they will conduct the panel interviews. So some are informal, some are formal. Informally, just go through the Prashant Kishore speech. So there are sometimes he gives informal answers, sometimes very structured. So these are the some important types of interviews. Next, last type of research method is observation. Observation method. In observation method, there are two types: participant observation and non-participant observation method. Observation, what does it mean? What is the difference between see and observe, or look or observe? This is the thing we have to understand. Observation means seeing or looking with a definite purpose, with a definite intention. It is also looking process. It is also seeing process. But here you are looking towards an event or situation with a definite purpose, definite interview, or in order to understand something which is not count. Okay. In observation method, there are two types: participant and non-participant observation method. So participant observation method is widely used in anthropology, in tribal studies, in community studies. Here, it is very risky, and now no one is using it, I think. Perhaps if I'm not wrong, no one is using participant observation method. Here, so what is the process of participant observation method? Here, if a researcher, you or me, want to study a tribe, for example, there are Soligas, Karukurba, Jenukurba, Thodas. If you want to study any community or anything by using participation observation method, a researcher has to go to the field, or has to enter into that community, or enter into that tribal community without being known by them that he is a researcher. Without known by that particular community that he is a researcher, he is going to do something, he is going to do research on us. Is going to do research on us. Here, he has to maintain detached attachment. Remember that word, detached attachment. A researcher has to practice detached attachment. That means you should be them. He should be them. He should learn their language, their lifestyle, their language, lifestyle. But he should not attach with them mentally. He should practice detached attachment. So then only he can do anything. He can observe, he can gather any information. If he gets attached with them, he involved with them. For example, if there is a birthday in that particular tribal community. He has to maintain certain distance, emotional distance from the community, and he has to observe, being a researcher, but he should be very cautious because no tribals. Now it is okay, but in earlier African tribes, so many researchers have lost their life in participant observation method. The best example is Warrior Elvin, a British anthropologist who came to India, and he lived with Naga tribes for 8 years and fell in love with two Naga girls, and had got married, had got children, and he has submitted his report and went to Britain. So it's very difficult. Now no one is using, I think, most of the anthropologists, they were using this participant observation method. So now it is outdated, I think. Then non-participant observation. Here, researcher, being a researcher, he has to observe any phenomena, anything, without being known by the respondent. For example, children behavior. We should not let them know that we are observing them. Gang behavior. William Footwhite, Street Corner Society, he used a non-participant observation method and wrote that book and studied the gang behavior. If you are doing any lobby studies, means any drug mafia, this mafia, that mafia, or children behavior. So during that time, we have to go for non-participation observation method. So by using any one of the methods, we have to collect our required data. Okay, so these are the some important types of data collection as well as research methods. Once again, I thank to Dr. M.V. Ganapati. I think he is here. So for this wonderful opportunity, and I'm really happy by seeing the number of participants across the India. Most of the university scholars from Delhi University, they have joined. It is not so easy to organize such a wonderful workshop and making it available for anyone, because usually in degree colleges we will conduct the workshops through our district or through our state, but crossing the boundary of our state is very tough task. So once again, I congratulate all the staff of Anavatti College for their wonderful effort in organizing such a beautiful event, and I'm extremely happy. I'm delighted to take part in this beautiful, and I'm really feeling that I missed the opportunity to participate in offline mode because of my college works and inconveniences. I could not come. So I apologize to your principal. And once again, I thank to all the participants for your patient listening. If any doubts, can ask me. I have tried to give very core, what you call, meaning, because research methodology, it's a course of 1 year. It's a course of 1 year, minimum 1 year. You have to go through it. Then only. And practically, when you are doing the research, you will get to know what is research methodology. Until and unless it is not a theory subject to just listen. Okay. So once again, thank you all the staff, especially staff, because okay, principal is navigating, but staff should support him. Okay. That's why I congratulate Dr. M.V. Ganapati, a very good administrator and a very good academician, and he has opted very pertinent title for the workshop. And all the resource persons, keynote speakers, they talked very well. All the participants, they very actively participated in this lecture series. Thank you, and all, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Valigar, for your insightful words. Your knowledge has truly enriched our understanding of research methodologies. Now, we open the floor for questions. If anyone has a question, please raise your hand and we will address them one by one. Or if possible, you can also post an questions. Any questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Janani. I'm from Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
Actually, when I was listening to your presentation, I had a doubt that when we are framing a questionnaire, what are the things that we have to mainly concentrate on? Because it is really difficult, because it is a vast topic where we can't determine which should be focused and which should not be focused.
Okay. See, the first thing is you should be very conceptually clear that what type of information is needed. For example, if you are studying about the extent of poverty in particular community or particular thing, so what are the determinants that can assess the extent of poverty? What are the factors they are affecting the poverty? So, likewise, you should be conceptually thorough. For example, if you are studying about the impact of social media, so then what are the criteria they are meant for assessing impact? What does impact mean? What does impact mean? How it is impacting? Again, it is a social impacting or academic impact or impact on health. So on what aspect you are concentrating? So you should be thorough in that particular aspect. Then only you will get to know. This is the core. And primarily, we have to go for the socio-economic background. So first socio-economic background, then core area of your research. What exactly the data you needed? What is your nature of research? What exactly you want to highlight in your research? That should be my answer. That is my answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. But one more doubt, sir. When you said that while collecting data, we can concentrate both on primary as well as in secondary. But as a commerce professor, we concentrate mainly on primary data.
No, madam. Because an ideal research should contain both. Because now, for example, I am doing impact of social networks on youth, a simple topic, or impact of WhatsApp or Instagram on youth. Here, I have to go for the field. I have to interview or give the questionnaire to the students. I collect the data. Here, I have to go for any theories. I have to go for any earlier works. I have to go for any earlier publications in this regard. Without the primary data, secondary data, without the help of secondary data, it is not so complete. It is not so comprehensive. Both are equally needed, according to me. So we cannot completely rely on primary data. In order to substantiate our primary data, we need to have secondary data also. There are some studies which are completely based on secondary data. But in order to substantiate the secondary data, we need to collect some minimum primary data.
So what will be the minimum category to collect, sir?
Minimum?
Category while collecting the data, whether we should go for interview schedule or questionnaire or through observation method, sir.
Madam, here it is totally depending upon the nature of your study.
Fine.
For example, nature of your respondents. Nature of your respondents. If your respondents are youth, well educated, you can go for questionnaire, no problem. Even open-ended questionnaires also you can give. If they are uneducated, you have to go for interview schedule. If they are well-known personalities, you have to go for interviews.
Fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you for giving us so much of information in a very crisp manner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for attending the workshop from Tamil Nadu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your answer, sir. Sir, actually, there is a participant. Her name is Priyanka. She has a question, sir. Her question is, sir, there is a research administrative question there.
There is some disturbance. There is some disturbance. You can proceed.
Shall I read out the question once again?
Let her ask. Let her ask. Let her ask directly.
Priyanka Verma, you can ask your question now. Yeah, I think she's not there. I'll just.
Shivani, you can unmute your mic and ask the question.
Also, can you throw some knowledge on it?
I'm not getting the question.
Sir, the question is in the machine.
Sir, you unmute all. You unmute all. So there is unable to unmute. She's saying that unable to unmute. You unmute all. Tell any technical personnel. Let them unmute and ask. That is a technical problem. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಿ.
Participant Priyanka Verma, can you unmute? Can you try unmuting once again? Sir, I don't think so that she's able to. Sir, I'll ask the question once again.
Huh.
Sir, there is a research administrative questionnaire. Can you throw some light on it? I mean, she's asking her question on administrative questionnaire. What are your thoughts on it?
There is a researcher administered questionnaire. I'm not getting the question actually. I'm not getting the exact question. So can Shivani unmute your mic? Okay, ask next participant. Go for next participant.
So let's move on to the next questions.
What are the common mistakes that a beginner should avoid?
Priyanka ma'am, your question was not clear. Why? Because there is no option of research administrated questionnaire. So we have a questionnaire schedule. The questionnaire and schedule will be based on the data collected by the investigator. There is no topic research administrated questionnaire, if I am right.
I'll go for next question. You can go for next question. Go for next question.
Thank you. Okay, that was a great discussion. Thank you, Dr. Bedikar, for sharing your knowledge, and thank you for our audience for your thoughtful questions. Let's give him another round of applause. As we have come to the conclusion of this session, it's time to express our gratitude to everyone who made it possible. To deliver the vote of thanks, I now invite Pushpa from second year BCom to take over.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Pushpa, second year BCom student. I am here to present vote of thanks. As we come to the conclusion of this insightful session on methods and techniques of research, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who made this event a success. First and foremost, our sincere gratitude goes to Dr. MOUNESHWAR for taking the time to be with us today. Your expertise and valuable insights have truly deepened our understanding of research methodology, and we are incredibly grateful for your presence and guidance. A special thanks to our principal, Professor Ganapati MP, for his continuous support and encouragement in fostering an environment of learning and growth. I would also like to express my appreciation to our faculty members, guest lecturers, and non-teaching staff for their unwavering dedication in organizing and facilitating this session. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. To my fellow participants, your enthusiasm and active engagement made this session even more meaningful. Your questions and curiosity truly reflect a spirit of learning and exploration. Lastly, a big thank to everyone who worked behind the scenes, the organizers, technical team, and volunteers who ensured that everything ran smoothly. With that, I conclude this vote of thanks. Let's continue to explore question and grow in our chase of knowledge. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pushpa. So now we'll end up with the first two sessions, online sessions. So now the time is 1:45. So it was humble request to the offline participants. Kindly have your lunch and be back to the same room exactly 2. So though session 3 is a parallel session, taken by Kannada Literature Sandram Officer session that will be taken in room number 2, first floor, Commerce Department. So the participants who are interested to attend Sandram Officer session, kindly you have to assemble lecture hall 2, Department of Commerce. And the participants who wish to attend Satish sir session, data analysis and interpretation, have to assemble in the same room exactly at 2 o'clock. So 15 minutes for lunch break will be given to you people. So kindly other please, as we are lagging managing the time. The session who are interested to attend Kannada literature taken by Avinash sir, you have to separate in lecture of Department of Commerce till 3 o'clock. Yeah, thank you.
ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಲಿಂಕ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿಂಗಲ್
Let students from different colleges please go and have your lunch. And faculty is also
7:30 ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಿದ ನೋಡೋಣ ಇರೋಣ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ. ಇದನ್ನು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಇದ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದು, ಅದನ್ನ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದ್ರಕ್ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ದೆ.